Hello, let's check the audio. How we sounded? Hello, let's check the audio. Good. Everything's clear. Coming through nice and clear. I've got a new mic orientation. As you can see, it's floating up here instead of down here in my face, blocking some of my view. I think this is better. I think it's a little better. I hope it doesn't actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I hope the shadows don't, like, fuck with my lighting. We'll see. We'll see. Got a lot of shit to talk about today. Lots. Oh, shit. A lot of stuff has been going on, of course, since the last time I streamed. I'm going to wait a little bit until people come in before we start going into things. See if my cast of characters is around. Alright, we got Casper in the chat. Destiny Mod Extraordinaire. And while we wait, before we get started, we'll just play a little bit of Dave the Diver. Just a little bit of Dave the Diver. Because why not? Okay, that's better for lighting, I think. A little bit. Yeah. I don't know if it looks dumb on the camera. Y'all will let me know if that looks fucking stupid. I don't know how I even became a mod. It was just an unhinged day, and he gave 3 of us a sword. That's fucking cool, dude. God. That would be fun for me to be a mod. Well, guess what, Casper? That's all the credentials I need. Hang on. Let's see. Boom. I would ask you to go ahead and refresh. Well, now look. I was going to do the same for Puggy if she came in here too. You are a god amongst men now. Don't abuse that power, okay? We know what fucking Spider-Man says, all right? No, look, if you can handle like doing fucking Destiny's crazy ass chat, I figure you can do mine. And I'm not like, yeah, I'm not like saying like, ooh, now I need you to be here all the time. But you know, when you're in here, I trust you to take care of business. Take care of business the right way. Now, does this mic orientation look good or does it look retarded? I feel like it looks cool. Coming in like the corner like that. It's not fucking up like my lighting too much. It's like up here in the corner, right? Maybe I'll readjust the pop filter a little bit. Serve my sword with honor. Yes. Height. You say shit like that. I just started playing Assassin's Creed Shadows. So you say some shit to me like that, I'm just going to be like, hi. All Japanese and shit. Mika, you want to come and say hello? You want to come and say hello? Come say hello to the people. Don't knock my light over. Come say hello to the people. Come on. Come on. Works because it fills in the empty space in the background, but it covers what you have in the background. Oh, it does, doesn't it? Oh, mobile outside, so it's a bit hard to tell right now. Well, when you get back, let me know. Yeah, it does kind of cover my, wonder if I move this. It covers my amiibos a little bit. I wonder if I can, like, move this a little bit so you can see them a little better. Can you see them a little better that way? Maybe a little. Or, like, up. A little higher up. Because, like, you have to, like, show it. Right? Because you have to, like, show it a little bit. They don't like it. They're like, where's your microphone? That works. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Cool. I like that. All right. I like that, Mika. Mika, come back here. Come say hello. Come and say hello. Hi. Hi, baby. Who's my girl? Are you my girl? Are you my girl? Give me your paw. Give me your paw. Oh. What are you doing? You see that? You see the microphone? Why did you say hi? You want to say hi? You want to say hello? What are you doing? Good girl. Good girl. Your birthday's coming up. You're going to be 3 soon. You're going to be 3 years old. Yes, you are. Big girl. All right. Go ahead. Yeah, she's my baby. She's my baby. She's a good dog, too. Real smart. Real sweet. Yeah, you. Give me your paw. Good paw. Okay, go ahead. You can go lie down. Mine's 3 this year, too. Little babies. Did you get yours when they were a pup? When I got her, she was like this big. Now she's 70 pounds. Big girl. Yeah. All right. Let's catch fish. Then we'll get started. Do like 1 run. And then we'll get going. Let's go. Let's go. Yoink. What do we got? What do we got? Baseball bat. I got him at a shelter in July. Oh, good. Shelter doggies are good. That's good stuff. What kind of pup? What kind of pup is it? I don't know why I opened that. That was a waste. 1.5 years old. Lab Pity mix. Same coat color. She's a Shepherd Pity mix. She's got that big pit energy. She never runs out of energy. She's always trying to play. Got him. Got him. Yeah, I know. I love them. They get a bad rap too. If I ever like whenever I like meet someone who's like, oh man, pit bulls are bad, I'm like, I'm not gonna hang around you. I already know what kind of person you are. Got it anyway. The poison. You are unsafe if you think all pitties are bad because they're pitties. Absolutely. Any dog can be trained to... I mean, look. Anybody who says that pitties are like the most violent and worst breeds has clearly never met a Chihuahua. Honestly. Straight up. Listen, the only reason people aren't worried about Chihuahuas is because they're small. If you had a dog like a Chihuahua that was like 70 pounds, those motherfuckers would be like police dogs. Yeah, dude. Oh, you know what the saddest thing is to me? The fact that Frenchies are now the most popular dog in the country, right? It used to be Labs. Which, like, look, they have their own set of genetic problems when they're, like, giant rats on the street. Exactly. They have their own set of problems, right? Like, with their hips and all of that kind of shit. But, like, Frenchies, it seems cruel to me, man, that they keep breeding them with these, like, fucked up, like, airways. And people keep buying them. It's like, oh, it's so cute. Look at his retarded fucking pushed-in face. Now, don't get me wrong. They're just like any other dog. Absolutely sweet. I love, like, the temperaments of Frenchies. They're lovely, sweet dogs. But, like, yeah, exactly, dude. It's like when you meet a pug and then it's like, hello, Mr. Pug, and you're just lying there and, like, the entire time they're just like, and you're like, dude, that poor fucking animal. That poor fucking animal. But they are really sweet. There's a Frenchie that lives across the hall. Name is Rocco. He's a sweet boy. I love him. What are we debating tonight? Let's see. We're gonna be going over like a lot of news stuff. If we get into any debates about it, we will debate it. Otherwise, it's just going to be some talking back and forth. Looks like we got 11 people watching tonight. I don't know how many people are going to be talking and participating, but, you know, anybody who's watching is welcome to add to the discussion. As always, if you disagree with me, let me know so I can explain to you why you're wrong. I'm always happy to do that. Or, you know, sometimes I might be wrong. It can happen. It happens sometimes. It's rare, but it happens. So I'm just gonna finish this one run here in Dave the Diver before I start diving into the news stuff. I wanted to give people like a second to go ahead and come on in. But while we're doing this, you know who I started really getting into watching over the weekend? You know, obviously Destiny is like Debate Master Pro. But have you ever watched like Dean and Parker or Parker? Yeah. I really like I've been really getting into, well, what do you think? So what do you think about this whole fucking Harry situation? It seems a little, I mean, like, yeah, it's not good, but like the response to it seems a little like audience sort of afraid of their audiences, no? Yeah, I mean, like, that's what it seems like to me. Yeah, hard agree. Yeah, it's a little, hey, blue collared, welcome, bud. Good to see you, good buddy. Yeah, it's just kind of weird, and like, obviously people have been like jackasses on there. Yeah, people have been like jackasses on their like lives and everything, but I really like what they do. Like I would, like in general, like I would love to do something like that at some point once, you know, I grow a little bigger. Have like random people call in and debate them too, because let's be honest, like 95% of the people who call into those shows are super, and like no offense to anybody, because I like people, right? Whether I agree with you or not, whether I think you don't, you're like, they got a good start, yeah. Whether I think you know a lot about what you're talking about or not, like I find ways to talk to anybody. I just like people, right? One-on-one. Groups of people, not so much. But like one-on-one, I really like people. And I mean, I feel like watching them, what they do is a little. They're stupid and they want clout for being on stream, yeah. But like a lot of the people who call in are kind of low hanging fruit, and it makes me feel like, you know, yeah, there's a lot of things that like I'm definitely sort of getting a little better on my points by watching them do their debate. But I also feel like even now where I am, even though like I don't have, you know, a large enough audience to really do that yet, but if I did, I feel like I could do a lot of what they do at a pretty similar level. Like I'm pretty good at rhetoric. I mean, like I need a lot of practice with some of the more well-informed people who call in. But like 95% of the people who call in like have no clue what they're talking about. I'm here, may hop in later if I can swing it, but if not, I like the discussion regardless. I hate to say it, but everyone around me hates everything I'm interested in, so it's hard to hang with people with similar interests. What do you mean everyone around you hates what you're interested in? Are you like in like a super red or like conservative area of Canada? My Canadian brother, same. Are you guys like both from like a? No, people are just retarded, unfortunately. Don't want to sound pretentious or higher than that, but I can't talk policy with anyone. See? So that is one of the things that I feel like I have like a particular talent for. I've always been able, California, hey, LA right here. West Side, let's go. I feel like I can talk about really complicated concepts in a way that's pretty easy for people to understand. I think that's one of my strengths. And like, for example, I can like start talking about like one of my passions is like physics, and in particular astrophysics, and a little bit of cosmology here and there. And like I can talk about some of those really high level concepts in a way that I think is easy for people to digest. And I think that lends really well to, and I think that lends really well to me being able to do what I do here, right? So yeah, we'll have to talk about some of this shit. That lends to like me being able to talk to people, to have debates and stuff like that. And so I think, like I said, I think I would do well in that sort of an environment like what Dean Parker and Harry do. So I don't know. I hope like if I grow a bit of an audience, that's something I'd be able to do. I think it'd be a lot of fun, and you know, maybe if I get big enough, I could maybe team up a little bit with those guys. That'd be real cool, right? Who knows? I don't know. I'm fucking off. I'm off in some shit. Astrophysics and cosmology. No one in my life understands, and eyes glaze over whenever I try to explain. All right, give me your favorite astronomical body. Let's go, both of y'all. Favorite astronomical body. Go. Debating friends like Joe the other day. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I like doing that. I really enjoy doing that. You know, that's why I like Pillars of Creation. Nice. Absolute classic, right? One of the most famous photos, probably the most famous photo ever taken by the Hubble. Absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, that's one of the reasons I like having Candy on too, because like while she and I agree on a lot of like broad scopes, we disagree on a lot of like minutia. And she's got a lot of spunk, and she's super stubborn, and it makes barely learn what a quark was. I'm gonna have something to say about that because that's really interesting. You bring that up because that relates to my kind of favorite astronomical body because it's technically hypothetical. But with Candy, even though I disagree with her, I mean I agree with her on like most broad strokes. We tend to clash on a lot of details and ideas about how we go about certain things. And she can be pretty stubborn, and I can be pretty stubborn. And I feel like the way we argue can be really, really entertaining, right? Like we yell a lot with each other. Just how if you're interested in good content on it, check out PBS Spacetime. PBS Spacetime is cool. If you really want to get into shit, eventually you're going to want to start looking at like some of the prominent scientists, right? Lawrence Krauss. A really good entryway is Neil deGrasse Tyson. Neil deGrasse Tyson did good stuff. Obviously, you've got your Carl Sagans. You can watch the Cosmos series, both of them. Those are both really, really good ways to get into it. But eventually, like once you have like a good concept on it, the best way I could like recommend to learn as much as possible, besides like watching like lectures and shit like that, is to just fall down Wikipedia rabbit holes, right? Fall down Wikipedia rabbit holes. I know, right? And not anymore. Now in a lot of cases it's two people living in entirely different fucking sides of the planet and realities, just trying to like be like, no, that's not even real. No, that's not even real. No, that's not even real. You can't even agree on what the actual facts of reality are. Reading is astrophysics for lazy people who don't have time. So for me, if I were to choose, including hypothetical bodies, my favorite is called a quark star. Have you guys ever heard of a quark star? It's technically a hypothetical body. It is not confirmed. No, that sounds super interesting, though. It is super interesting. Yeah, I absolutely will. And I'm going to break it down for you guys, and you're totally going to find it super cool. So, there's a couple things I kind of want to lay out first to help us understand, like, what a quark star is, right? So, first, we're going to talk a little bit about black holes. Now, that's... I'm going to try not to die from the shark. Now, black holes, we all know about black holes, right? You have a sufficiently massive star, ouch, collapsing, and then when the amount of mass, exceeds a certain point, they will collapse into a single point that we call a singularity, with infinite density. Right? Infinite density, not infinite mass. That's a mistake a lot of people make, but infinite density, right? And essentially, gravity is so strong in that space that nothing but light can even escape it. Blah 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 blah. We know that. But what happens like on the way up to a black hole, if we're talking mass-wise, right? Like before the Chandra-Sekhar limit. The Chandra-Sekhar limit is the limit of mass beyond which a collapsing star will collapse into a black hole. So before, we have lots of different stages, right? Like, for example, our sun is going to turn into a red giant. Have you guys ever heard of red giants before? Yes, awesome. And just as a refresher, a red giant is essentially a star that, when it reaches the end of its life, Instead of the gravity winning out and everything collapsing into a point, the outward force of fusion sort of wins out towards the end and pushes the layers of that star outward, and it gets real fucking big. And then eventually those outer layers fade away, leaving a really cold core that we call a brown dwarf, right? That's going to be our sun. But as you get closer to the Chandrasekhar limit for larger stars, when they go supernova, because they don't have enough mass to actually collapse into a black hole, they collapse into, do you guys know what it's called? It's the densest thing in the universe. Essentially, that's not a black hole. You guys know what it is? Quasar. A quasar is actually a type of black hole. So a quasar is a... so you're going to find quasars are essentially supermassive black holes that send out giant jets of radiation. And the quasars, we see them because you've probably seen pictures of them. They have your accretion disk, the black hole, and then at the top and bottom of the accretion disk, you have these huge jets spitting out matter near the speed of light. So that's what a quasar is. Dark matter is essentially, when we look at the universe, we can only account for about 5% of the mass of the universe with actual matter that we can see. But due to the forces of gravity that we see, there's some 95% of energy left in the universe that we can't account for. And for the rest of that mass, we see, for example, gravitational lensing around certain bodies, certain groups, but we can't see, there's no interaction with anything like light or anything like that can tell us anything other than the gravitational lensing and like movement of bodies. And so we have named that unnamed thing to fill that space dark matter. And then the rest of it, when we look at the accelerating expansion of the universe, which accounts for like the rest of like the 75% of energy that we can't account for, we call that dark energy. We know even less about that. Are they considered black holes? I understand they pulsate energy, but I didn't know they were considered black holes. That's super cool. Yeah, they are actually, I'm pretty sure quasars are exclusively found on supermassive black holes at the centers of galaxies. Like, you're not going to find a quasar out in the middle of the galaxy. They're going to be supermassive black holes. Black holes turn back into that after they imploded, or I just stuck on movie facts. Dark matter, dark energy? No. So black holes actually evaporate over time. There's something called Hawking radiation, where essentially, are you guys familiar with the concept of virtual particles? Also, ADHD is winning out here. Vague understanding of these ones that pop in and out of existence. Exactly. So they pop. No worries. The virtual particles are essentially particles that are arise out of quantum fluctuations. They are an antimatter-matter pair that pop into existence and instantly annihilate each other, right? And that's happening all over the universe all the time. However, when we're on right next to the event horizon of a black hole, sometimes what will happen is one of these virtual particle pairs will pop into existence, and one of the pairs will get sucked into the black hole, leaving the other one to carry the energy away in radiation that we call Hawking radiation. It's called Hawking radiation because it was Stephen Hawking who discovered it. So black holes actually evaporate, give off matter and energy through the process of Hawking radiation. However, that takes it takes so long that even in 13.5 billion years that the universe has been around, not a single black hole would have evaporated. Not a single black hole would have even been close to evaporating, right? So the body that I am talking about is called a neutron star. I'm sure you guys have heard of a neutron star before, yeah? Yes, super helping me remember a lot of this stuff, sure. Do you remember, why it's called a neutron star, for example? You remember why it's called a neutron star? It's in the name. Isn't essentially neutrons are so tightly packed together they can't move or something along those lines? Very close. So essentially, right, when we look at a black hole, what happens is the matter is so packed together it forms a singularity, right? You don't have any more standard matter anymore. But a neutron star isn't dense enough to form a singularity. So what happens is the nuclei inside of the atoms inside of a neutron star are so pushed together that and so dense and so smashed together that the bonds between the nuclei, between the protons and neutrons in the nuclei, they break apart, right? So now you have all these free floating, and then the atoms essentially break into the constituent parts, right? You have your neutrons, your protons, and your electrons, right? Now neutrons, as we know, are neutral, right? But protons are positive. Electrons, we'll get to the spaghetti, and it's the pasta. Yeah, you have neutrons and protons and electrons, which are positive and negative, and then the protons and electrons, after flying around in this soup essentially of the star, start bonking into each other. Their charges cancel out, and they become neutrons. So these stars are essentially made of densely packed free-floating neutrons. So dense that atoms are unable to form. So dense that a spoonful of it would weigh on the surface of the Earth as much as a mountain, right? So dense that a star that contained the mass many thousands, potentially millions of times the size of the sun, is now smushed into a size smaller than the Earth, right? And so that's what a neutron star is. Now, the pasta, the nuclear pasta that you're talking about, refers to different layers and different organizations of those neutron layers within a star. So let me show you a cool example. Let me show you like an example of that, like those different layers here. And there is somewhere I'm going with this, right? If you remember, the reason I started with this is because we were talking about a quark star. So I'm going to get there. So, oh no, this isn't giving us the different examples. But as you can see, you've got your ions, electrons, neutrons, nuclei, neutron, proton, Fermi, liquid, few percentage, electron, Fermi, gas, quark, gluon, plasma. These are different levels, right? This is like the top level, and then down to the inner levels, right? As it gets denser and denser. So yeah, that's essentially a neutron star. That's what it's made of. They're so dense. They're so dense. The force of gravity is so high that the tallest mountain on a neutron star would be some like couple centimeters tall. It's pretty crazy. Now, This is where we get to the part that I think is the coolest, right? When we look at the masses of black holes, there's something that we refer to as a mass gap. And the reason we call it a mass gap is because there are these areas where we should see black holes, areas of certain amounts of star mass where we should see black holes, but we don't. So one of those mass gaps is right between the neutron stars and the smallest black holes. There's a gap there. We don't see any celestial bodies there. We don't know why, right? We don't see any, we don't see any like degenerated celestial bodies, right? Past like dead stars. And we're wondering, why is that, right? Why don't we see those? We see neutron stars, we see black holes, and we see stars that have masses in that range, right? Regular, like living stars, but we don't see anything between. Now, here's the part where I'm going to try to guide you to it yourself, and you'll find this very interesting. If neutron stars are made from the fact that atoms and nuclei can't hold together, right? What are neutrons made of? What are protons made of? Do you know? Exactly. So let's say we have a celestial body whose density is between that of a neutron star and a black hole. What do you think a quark star could be? The same but made of quarks, exactly. So we'd be looking at a situation where the density is so high that now your neutrons and your protons have broken apart. And you've got a quark gluon plasma, right? You've got your quarks floating around and gluons, which is what hold the quarks together. Now, it would have to be a very specific amount of density and pressure because the interesting thing about gluons is the harder you pull on them, the harder they pull back, right? Like splitting the atom is one thing, right? But splitting quarks is an entirely different thing. The strong nuclear force. So that's going to be like that's one of the potential challenges with that being a non-hypothetical object and an actual real object. But yeah, that's what we're looking at. That's my favorite hypothetical astronomical body, is that sweet spot where a special kind of star may exist that's not dense enough to be a black hole, but too dense to be a neutron star. And that hypothetical body is called a quark star. Yeah. Well, that was, that was really my spiel there. But like I said, I love me some physics. Casper, are you still there as well? I hope I didn't bore you. But yeah, my general point is if I can take a complex idea like that and break it down for you guys and you can totally understand it, I feel like I can. Just now getting back into things I used to like so much. All I know is just see the fuck. Hey, no worries. I mean, were you following that? I just want to make sure that was coming through, right? Like my philosophy is we all don't know things until we know them. And I treat everybody the same way. If you know something or not, I'm never going to get down on anybody for not knowing something. I will happily talk about it and explain it to them if they want to learn about it, right? So that's my sort of philosophy on stuff like that. But yeah, was that, were you able to follow that? Cool. This is why the dog so audio was perfect. Awesome. Cool. Yeah. So my sort of overall point is if I can take something like that and like break it down, then I can do some shit like that. That's some like crazy astrophysics shit. That's super complex. And we didn't just talk about quark stars. We talked about fucking black holes. We talked about Hawking radiation, which really had nothing to do with it at all, but it was just part of it. Like if I can talk about that in ways for folks to understand it, I think I can talk about politics in ways for folks to understand it, for folks who don't agree with me or have different points of view on this stuff to understand where I'm coming from. And that's why I feel like, when it comes to like what Dean and Parker and them do, I feel like I could do that. Like once I get a big enough audience to do so. And I think I could do it in a way where like, unless they're like a piece of shit coming in just to argue, I can have a real conversation with people because my goal is not to like dunk on people. My goal is to build bridges because as a Democratic Party, we desperately fucking need that, right? In this world, the way Trump is, see, that's the thing, Casper. I think how you approach them determines whether they will listen or not. Now, some people, yeah, there's nothing you can do, right? You try to talk to them, you're never gonna get through in the first place. But for most people, I think are willing to have a conversation and learn from you if you do two things. If you do one, treat them with respect, whether they have a retarded view or not, right? And two, you explain things to them in a way where you're simultaneously teaching them something, and then here's the little bit of the manipulative part. You're doing it in a way where they have no choice but to realize, oh, this guy actually kind of knows more than I do about this topic. But not in a way where you're like, oh, I fucking know more than you. In a way where you like speak with confidence and knowledge. So they're just like, oh, okay. Yeah, maybe I should listen to what this guy has to say. And, you know, sometimes it's going to work, sometimes it's not. Sometimes you're just opening a dialogue, and that dialogue will continue over time, right? But you're going to be able to get farther than being antagonistic, I think, in my opinion. Not everyone agrees with me. And I think there are some people who you do have to have a more antagonistic approach with. But that's just not my personal style. I try to give what I get. If someone's being an asshole to me, I'll be an asshole to them. But my preferred way of doing it is you know, much more amicable, I think. Yeah. Anyway. News time. What have we got? So, things we want to talk about. So, it looks like Trump is going to bend on some of these tariffs. It's sounding like everyone's expecting him to not go quite as hard as he said he was going to. That the tariffs are going to be pared back a little bit from what he was saying. We will obviously ultimately see, but if they do pare them back, that's obviously a good thing. The markets are responding positively to the idea that they won't be as strong as they will. Obviously, we'd prefer no tariffs at all, no new tariffs at all. It seems really stupid. It seems spiteful. Doesn't really make a lot of sense. But hey, look, we are where we are. He dug himself a hole. He's going to have to sit in the hole, or he's going to have to embarrass himself. And I feel like Trump, if there's anything he doesn't want to do, it's embarrass himself. Even if it means, you know, we, the rest of us Americans, do better overall. So that's where we are on that. I'll take it, I guess. But we'll see what happens ultimately. You know, maybe the Canadians will say something that'll set him off again, and he'll go back to, no, we're going to do all the big thing. We'll see how that goes. But that's where that is right now. Next. So I don't know if you guys heard about this. There was a disbanded U.S. Advisory Committee for the Bureau for Labor Statistics. And this is pretty shitty. So essentially, they terminated the Federal Economic Statistics Advisory Committee, which sucks because the role of this committee is to advise the Department of Labor on how economic changes impact data collection. And the problem, of course, with this is, you know, we're very less likely to get realistic economic indicators vis-a-vis labor. It'll be easier for them to fudge numbers in their favor. It's just not really a great outcome. Now we'll see if it holds, because, you know, judges have been pushing back really hard on some of this stuff. But yeah, that's kind of where we are. It's not a good thing. Found it perplexing. The committee's annual budget was $120,000. $120,000. And that's why they fired them. Lutnick argued that removing government spending from the equation of GDP would yield a more accurate assessment of the economy, even though literally nobody does that. Nobody does that in any country around the world. Nobody measures GDP without government spending. And while no evidence of data manipulation has been uncovered to this point, we are obviously concerned about the checks and balances designed to prevent those actions. So, yeah, that's not a good thing. And that's a thing that happened. Moving forward, obviously, we've been seeing an increase in the offensive rhetoric by Trump towards Greenland. Vance's wife visited Greenland. I don't know what the fuck they think is going to happen. Greenland was like, we didn't invite you. We didn't invite Usha Vance. We didn't invite any of you people. Denmark is like, fuck all of the way off. I don't understand what they think they're going to gain here. It's a bit crazy to me. This is not going anywhere positive. It seems that Trump wants to do anything to gain some extra state so he can make like some sort of weird legacy mark. They keep doing this hint. They keep hinting that they could use like some sort of force. I don't think they would ever actually do that. That would be absolutely insane for them to do. So, I hope this is just more of like bullshit threat and not like a real thing, because that would just be so fucking crazy. I know I keep adjusting this mic. I'm trying to get like the perfect way. You guys are gonna have to deal with me doing that until I feel like I'm happy with it, okay? So yeah, Greenland. Trump wants Greenland. Greenland and Denmark aren't having fucking any of it. If you like TikTok people, Chris Valenti, I'm sure you've run into him before if you watch Dean Parker. Maybe. I just like got into them like the last week or two. So I actually haven't run into them before. I'll have to check him out, actually. I definitely will. Maybe I've heard him on like one of the lives or something like that up until now. Hey, Candy.
What are you doing by yourself?
What am I
Again.
doing by myself? What do you mean I'm not by myself? I've got Casper and Blue Collared Liberal in the chat.
Oh. Yeah, I mean in chat, I mean in voice.
And I was just teaching them about physics.
Oh God.
Don't, oh
Okay, I
God.
think I better go again.
No, it's fine. We're on news now. We're on news now. You're fine. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
We're talking about Greenland. Is the thing we were talking about right when you came in. Um,
Greenland.
yeah, Greenland is wild. The whole shit with Greenland. What's the overlay? He's the guy who says, yells, but you don't understand, and then explains history. I feel like that's probably multiple people on their lives, to be quite frank. Because there's a lot of people who don't understand who come in. But I will keep an eye out for him, Chris Valenti. I might check him out on my own as well because yeah, I'm just watching them. I'm brushing up on like some of my technique and stuff like that. It's just good to watch. I have probably in the last week watched at least like 20 to 30 hours of Dean and Parker content. So, yeah, I'm really, really going through it. I don't agree with them on every single thing. Obviously, I probably disagree with them a little bit on Israel Palestine. They have sort of like a rank and file progressive view on it. Mine is a little more centrist liberal. But other than that, I agree with them on most things, I think. Let's see. What's next? Just an interesting thing. I don't know if you guys. Well, I know Blue Collared Liberal has been following this. I don't know about you, Casper, if you're paying a lot of attention to Canada. Candy, I'm sure you've been following this. Since Trump has started his tariff war and the threats of the 51st state with Canada, the Conservatives at the beginning of this had a 20-point lead in the polls. That lead has completely vanished. Not only has it completely vanished, but as of about 4 or 5 days ago, the Liberals were the lead for the polls for the first time during this whole election season. And because of that, Carney has called a snap election to try and cement liberal control of the government so that they can justify pushing back against Trump. I think that's amazing. I love how it's literally Trump's actions that have pushed them in that direction. I think that's so cool. Have you been following that, Candy?
Following what?
I just said a whole thing. You were listening. I was
Um,
talking about Canada and how the Liberals evaporated a 20-point conservative lead and are now themselves in the lead in the polls, and that Carney just called a snap election
in Canada.
in Canada. And it's basically because of Trump that the Liberals are coming back in Canada.
That's what's up.
It is what's up. I agree. Okay. So that was really cool. Now, there's two sort of bigger topics I want to talk about. And you
Uh-oh.
guys can tell me which ones you want to start with, which ones you want to end with, right? So we've got all of these details that are now coming out about these deported Venezuelans and how a lot of them are not criminals, not gang members, and some of them were actually legal asylum seekers, right? And then the other one is the big scandal that just broke today about the Signal chat. So which
Uh,
one do we want to start with? Which one do we want to end? I'll let you guys decide. While you guys decide, I'm going to go talk. Be right back.
no.
Okay, I'm back. Did you guys pick? You know which one you want to start with?
I picked my nose.
Gross. I'm trying to make it interactive. Fun. Um, all right.
Okay, I was distracted because I was looking for something. I found what I was looking for. I'm gonna share it with you on the stream chat. But
And
it's
then once we
Nick
get
Pointed.
really quick, and then
Nick
Casper,
Point.
once we get through these topics, we'll go ahead and talk, do some research on the detection of voice AI made voice stuff, like we talked about earlier in chat. What's up, Candy?
It's a video, a portion of a video. I tried to find the whole thing. I couldn't find the whole thing. But it's a portion of a video with Nick Fuentes admitting that liberals were right about Trump.
I think
I
I
thought
heard
you
about
might.
that.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna send it to you. You can share it, and then I'll tell you where you to go to see the clip because it's just a clip. I found the same clip multiple places, but I haven't seen the whole thing. So, but I thought you would find it
Okay.
interesting to
Yeah.
see Nick Fuente. See, I told you. Remember, I told you we had
No
a
way. You
conversation about
watch
Nick Fuente.
Adam Mockler?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I do.
I'm
I do.
teasing
I
you.
do. I do.
No,
I
I'm
don't.
just
I
teasing you
don't.
because you always talk about Adam Mockler. That's all. I'm just teasing a little bit.
Yeah, I do watch him because he's always like just to see if I missed
No, I like him.
anything.
He's fine.
N-
He's fine.
But I'm not even subscribed to his channel. He just shows up on my feed,
Hmm.
and I'm like, okay, what? Okay,
You should
that
support
title.
the guy. If you like a guy, you
No,
should support the guy.
I don't. He's he's a, he's too much of a he's a little gup for me.
He's too little gup for you?
Yeah, he's
Then what
too
the
much of a
fuck am
little gup.
I?
Your baby gup.
Oh my god. How dare you
No,
take
no,
my
no,
nickname for
no. He's
Daniel?
cute. How do I explain it? We'll talk about it later. But
Okay.
do you remember when we had a conversation about Nick Fuentes, and you were like, he's the and I said to, what did I say to you? I said, I don't think he's really a racist. I don't think he is. I
Dude,
think he just does it to get under people's skin.
you're
That's what
so
scares him with it.
wrong. He has
Okay.
said many, many times that he
I
is an
know, but
anti
he's saying
Semite.
it. He's saying it to get under people's
Dude,
skin.
it is a lot easier for you to say
Okay.
that when you're not Jewish. Like he's talking
Okay.
about me. He hates me. I can't afford to be like,
I
"Oh
don't
no,
think
he
he
doesn't
does.
mean it."
I know. No, no, no. Not that he does.
What?
He's one of those people that realize that rage, anger, anything that trolls, triggers people, is
And you say
gonna
I
get
can
him.
be too
He's gonna get the
charitable.
people that will follow him, or view his content. Because
I think
people
he
like
said
controversial
too
stuff.
many things and doubled down on them too many times and kept losing followers and
Yeah.
still doubled down on things for him not to mean it.
I don't think he's done.
Well, I think that's a bad take, but you're entitled to it.
Okay. Yep.
Um,
Just think he does it because he's a troll. He's an Uber troll.
I don't know. I think he's a Christian nationalist. I mean, he's a Christian nationalist. He's one of the biggest figures in the Christian nationalism movement. I don't. I don't think he's. I really don't think he's a troll.
He's
You
one of
know?
those. He's fucked up in the head for sure.
Oh yeah, no
He's
doubt.
one of those people who craves, an uber narcissist that craves attention, even if it's negative attention. He would be
I
one of
don't
those
know.
people that
I
would
don't know
go.
if I get the uber narcissist vibe from him. I
Oh
get
yeah,
the racist Christian nationalist
he,
vibe from him.
no, he gets the uber. He's misogynist, narcissist.
Yeah, he's a
Those qualities,
misogynist,
yes,
sure.
narcissist, uber narcissist. Whatever will get him liked, he will do.
I don't know if I would call that a narcissist,
Attention,
but I also don't agree that that's him.
attention. But I also
I
said,
think he believes with conviction the things that he says. I think it's very clear, um,
okay, I
just
hear
by
him talk,
his
and it doesn't
actions.
seem okay. When I hear him talk, it doesn't seem legit to
Have
me.
you ever watched like gone back and watched all of his
Yeah,
conversations with Destiny?
mhm. I've
Yeah,
seen the conversation.
yeah. That doesn't make you think that he believes what he's saying?
No, because he'll throw in things there, and then people will be like, "Oh, no, no, you can't say that," and he'll be like, "Ha ha ha!" Like he does it, like he knows what he's gonna
No,
say.
there's
Like
things.
there'll
No,
be the
yeah, he
time.
says things to be bombastic, but that doesn't mean he doesn't
No, no,
also
no. Like
believe in
he's
them. Like
Okay.
the things that he believes are bombastic, and that's why he says them.
I'm not trying to, yeah, I'm gonna drop the conversation because I'm not trying to drive you to my side. So
But it was getting interesting. It was getting
yeah,
fun.
I'm gonna stop it.
It's
Yeah,
content.
because I'm not trying to convince you to come to my side because I'm not.
Well, you're
But
not
it's just
going to, but it's
interactions.
okay.
I've seen his interactions and I've seen what he does and how he does it. And to me, it doesn't say deep down he really believes this. Don't be
Okay.
surprised if one day he comes out and says,
I would be surprised. I would be very surprised if he comes out one
sorry,
day and is
I,
like, "No, I don't believe in any of this shit." I would be very surprised if one day.
not, no, I don't think he would say, I never believed in this shit. I think he would apologize and be like, I was misguided. I didn't know any better. Like, you know what I mean? Like, type of thing. Like, that would be the route because it's easier to ask for forgiveness than permission. So for him to say, I didn't believe that, blah, 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 he could say, yeah, I believe that, but I changed my mind. I don't
No, well,
believe in
no,
that
hang on,
anymore.
no, hang on, hang on.
It's
That's
a more,
different. If that ever happened, that's different. That's not the same thing because you're saying
what I'm
that he
saying is
doesn't
that is
believe
more
it.
believable than saying, "Oh, I never was this." You know what I
No,
mean?
you're constructing like a whole hypothetical
Okay,
narrative of like he
okay,
doesn't believe
okay.
this, and then he's gonna come out and he's gonna give an
No, no,
excuse.
no. I didn't say that. I said don't be surprised if he did
I will be
eventually
surprised.
someday.
I will be very
No,
surprised.
no,
I would be less
right.
surprised if he came out and said I was wrong and I learned because he is wrong and he has the capacity to learn. But I would still be surprised.
Hmm.
I'd still be
Not
surprised.
saying
It's
that
still
that's around the
surprising.
corner. Not predicting that that's here a month from now, 2 months from now. It could be years from now, but eventually, I think he's gonna admit to a degree that without saying he was really trolling that, because, people are forgiving. People will say, okay, well, if you didn't know any better or you didn't, now I know better, I'm your side. So, not that he'll get everybody's embrace or whatever, because he did say some fucked up shit, but, um,
Yeah.
but anyways, you wanted to
So,
talk about,
real
you
quick
wanted to
before
talk
that, how does
about
my
the
is
leak.
my audio like I have my new mic orientation? Is my audio coming through like really good for you?
I have to hold on.
Specketh. I meant in Discord, but sure. Hi. Hello. Hey, Candy. Oh, Candy!
You never came out. You never came out. I always could hear you on Discord. I never had an issue.
No,
It
it's
was in the
just like
stream
I
that was.
want. It's because like it's up here now, right? Instead of like down here. So I just want to make sure it's not like too quiet or anything. That's all.
Uh, no, 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 it's fine.
Good. Good.
And
Good.
it sounds fine in the stream too.
Okay.
Might be one of those times you could do one of your voices, like
Oh, what like one of my
accent.
accents?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I don't know. Give me a country.
Good. Um, Russian.
That's very easy. You're giving me very easy country. It's not even hard to do. Okay. I lived in Russia for 4 years. That's not a very hard accent. A lot of Americans can do a Russian accent.
That's pretty good.
Yes, of course. Just little bit good. Not too good. Little bit good.
You beat my little babushka.
Yes, love good babushka. Give me another one. Give me another one. Ah,
Um,
Bumblebee.
who we got?
Hmm?
Blue collar liberal. Give him an accent to do. I don't
Give
know.
me an accent. If I can do it, I'll do it. If I can't, I can't. Um,
British.
so it kind of encompasses a wide range of different accents. It's difficult to pick one out of the hat. This is a little bit more proper, but you know, you can always go for something more cockney, bruv. A little bit more lower class. Sorry. Yeah, my British is okay. There's different ones. I need to like delineate them a little bit better so I can have different ones. But yeah. I do a pretty good Scottish, actually. This is probably one of my better ones. I've been told I sound just like someone from Edinburgh. One of my absolute favourites. Just rolls right off the tongue. Quite like the Scottish accent. Quite good. Got trying to do British when I was young. But what type of British is the real question. What type of British? British. Because they're different types. You can always do one of these lower class ones, bruv. That's not too hard.
I was talking and the mic was muted. Blue
What were you
collar,
saying?
if you were trained to do British, why don't you come over and show us your British?
Mm.
Okay, that wasn't meant to be dirty.
Okay. Candy. Dirtying up my life.
Like, no, because you were like,
Absolutely filthy, Candy.
beg your pardon.
Preposterous. I
I,
do beg
I
all of
beg
your
your
pardon.
pardon, son.
I beg every single bit of your pardon. Posh mainly. Cockney is sloppy. Yeah. It's fun. It's quite fun when you really get into
I
it.
beg your pardon, sir. I would never.
I beg every single bit of your pardon, sir. Yeah, those are fun.
You know when there's some streamers that have like Karens, like stream, Karens going off on like fast food joints, just going crazy and stuff. Sometimes they'll mix in the British Karen. Oh my God, that's the best. Because they're
British
so
Karen.
the way they talk, they're like you can't even tell they're like being rude. You know what I mean? It's like, I beg your pardon. How
Well, I
dare
beg
you?
your pardon. I've purchased a double quarter pounder for £8 and you've given me no cheese. I am incensed. I used to act for a theatre
Hey,
near
is
where
that
I
really
live,
mad? Like
but
the British? Like
unfortunately
it's too
didn't
much
keep up with
shit.
it. Lol. I actually studied acting at the New York Film Academy. And accents were
Not
one of
over.
my specialities.
I'll be back.
Oh, Candy's gone. That's so cool. Yeah, it was cool. Oh, it's baby Gup! What's up, buddy? Welcome. You missed my physics lecture earlier. Graduated Lil Guppa cum laude. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Jeez. Let's see. All right. Okay. Give me one more accent. Let's see if I can do it. Wisconsin, Minnesota. Oh, sure. Daniel, we're just from up in the northern United States, sort of the Rust Belt. And we just, we care about family values here, okay? We care about just the people in our towns and having a good home life and making sure that everybody around us is well taken care of. That's just what we care about up here. It's okay. It's not my best.
No, that was not your best.
You do it then.
I'm not. I'm not the one claiming I can do
Do you
accent.
even know what a Minnesota or Wisconsin accent sounds like?
Sí, como saben.
Yeah, I bet you do.
Sí, como saben.
I could just talk like a regular American and then just say a boat because like it's very close to a Canadian. Very close to a Canadian accent. Very close
And Boston.
in a lot of ways. Boston?
Boston, yes.
Nah. Boston is very unique. Oh man, can I even like slip into a Boston right now? Park the car and
Okay.
have it yard. You see, when you're from Boston, you talk like this, okay? Everything that you say is gonna sound like this. It can be both aggressive and weird at the same time. One of the funniest jokes I ever heard. It was well, maybe not one of the funniest jokes I ever heard, but it was pretty funny that they talked about what it sounds like to have sex with somebody from Boston. And it was like,
Mhm.
oh God, so good. Let me see if I can find that. Hang on. Or was it Ted? Might have been from Ted. Yeah, Boston girls. Here it comes. Here it comes. Literally. Let me pause. Pause. Say some things so YouTube doesn't lose its shit for copyright.
I'm saying is that Boston women are, on the whole, a paler, uglier sort than women from the elsewheres of life.
That's bullshit. What about Lori? She's hot.
No, Lori's from Pennsylvania. It's not a Boston girl.
They're not that bad.
See, the fact that you have to say they're not that bad means that they are that bad. You ever hear a Boston girl have an orgasm? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Harder. Harder. Oh, God, that was so good. Now I'm going to stuff my fucking face with Pepperidge Farm.
I'm gonna stuff my fucking face with Pepperidge Farm. It's so good. Harder. Dude, I love that shit. That shit's so funny. Yeah, Boston. Boston. They always say you gotta say you park the car in Harvard Yard. That's how you know you got a good Boston accent. Okay. Back to serious shit. I can hear myself.
No, you don't.
I did. I just heard myself. I just heard
I
it.
don't know.
All right.
I don't know what you're talking about.
So let's talk about the Signal group chat. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this?
Yes.
What about you guys? Boston accent and Australian accent have a similarity. Boston. I'm talking like I'm from Boston. Now I'm talking like I'm from Australia. Boston, Australia. Boston, Australia. What is it? The God Patriot group chat. Based and true. Based and true. They both stretch the A out when they pronounce it. Give me car. I'm going to get in the car. Oh my god. Oh my god, you're right. Hang on 1 second, guys. Yeah, you're right. The car. I'm going to the car. Park the car in Harvard Yard. It's the same. It's the same. That's fucking weird, man. Who can say no like an Australian? Who can do it? Who here can do it? Because I can do it. It's hard to do. Nar.
How to teach an
That's
Australian.
how you say. You say nar. There's really funny video from Churdley's about this as well. But you say nar. No thanks. Nar. Oh, that's right. That's why we always say fucking nar in chat when Destiny has an Aussie on. Nar. Alright. You all need to watch this video. It's very funny.
To say no. Let's begin. Repeat after me. No.
No.
Nar.
That is not correct. No, spelled N-O.
No.
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 That is actually spelled N-A-U-W-R-E-I-G-H. Say no.
No.
No. No.
No.
Wow. Everyone else in the world can say no and pronounce it correctly, but Australians are hopeless. Thank you so much for watching.
You're a cunt.
The face. Classic. Classic moment. Okay. Okay. Yeah. No. Alright, okay. Alright, okay. Let's be serious. Let's get serious. Serious face. We'll do these next couple things, and then, Daniel, we will do dailies. Promise. We'll see if I can continue my one-day absolutely dominant streak. I doubt it, but we'll see.
Oh God.
Yeah, that's right. If I have another good day, oh man, you guys are gonna hate it. If I have a bad day, I'm expecting a bad day, right? I'm expecting a bad day. But if I have another like crazy day, oh, that's gonna suck for you guys. I'm just telling you right now. That's gonna suck. Okay?
Well, not for me. I just leave.
You're gonna leave?
Yeah.
You're gonna do me like that?
Hang up. That's it.
Wow. Wow. Okay. All right. All right. So let's talk about this fucking Signal chat. This shit is fucking crazy, guys. After all the bullshit they've constantly said about all these Democrat politicians doing insecure things, fucking all the shit they did to Hillary, the fact that they double-standardly went after Biden on the files, even though Donald Trump took so many files and all this bullshit. For this to come out, it's fucking nuts to me. It's fucking nuts to me. I cannot believe they were having this discussion in fucking Signal. But not only that they were having this fucking discussion in fucking Signal, but they were having this fucking discussion in fucking Signal and invited a reporter from the Atlantic into the discussion. I don't even know. Who knows how many other people were fucking in there that they put in there? This is insane. Insane. So let's go through. Top congressional Democrats and former U.S. national security officials raised alarm bells on Monday, goddamn right, over the Trump administration's handling of highly classified information after Jeffrey Goldberg, editor-in-chief of The Atlantic, reported that Trump cabinet officials accidentally leaked active war plans to him in a group chat on a non-government sanctioned messaging app. And by the way, Candy, this shit makes me think for sure that they were 100% that they were going to brief Elon on the Chinese fucking war shit. You were so right. You were so right about that. So fucking right about that. Goldberg reported that you... What?
You always doubt me.
I told you last time after I read the other articles. I was like, well, you might be right about this. But now I think, like,
sure,
you're almost certainly right about that. And no, I don't always doubt you. I don't always doubt you. Okay? Sometimes I doubt you. And you doubt me sometimes, too.
No, we disagree on things.
You argue with me on everything. You argue with me on so much.
No. We disagree on things, but
Yeah.
I don't doubt you.
So what? Okay, fine. Then we disagree on things, but I don't doubt you.
Oh, see, you always doubt me. You always
Okay, well, you always doubt me. You
Always
see?
ask me.
I can do the same thing.
No, I don't. No, I don't. You always ask me, when have I said to you, okay, send me a link. I need to read this. I need to see what it is. Show me where it came from.
Oh, hey, that's just due diligence.
No, hold on. Stop. Just answer my question. How many times have I done that to you?
I don't think you've ever done that. You should, though. You should, though.
I don't doubt you. I don't doubt you.
No, but
You know what I'm saying?
you should.
As opposed to you always like, oh, that's not, and then I have to go and look for links and shit
That's
like
good.
that. And blah, blah, blah.
That's good. Daniel.
Okay. That just says you doubt me, I don't doubt you. That's all.
Did you see what Daniel said in chat?
My favorite married couple.
Unmarried, married couple.
Are we?
Because of how we bicker and argue. I think it's good. I think you should ask me to provide sources for you. You shouldn't take what I say just on my word.
Why not?
Because it's good to get sources, right? Don't you want to see where I'm getting my information from? So then you too now know? With Sleepy Joe, it's a throuple. Oh, I do love Sleepy Joe. Good guy. Good guy.
No.
Okay.
So yeah, you doubt me. I never asked you for any evidence.
To be fair,
or whatnot.
Candy, I doubt everybody. I doubt my dad.
Okay.
I doubt everybody.
Okay. See, this is what you do. This is why we argue. You always pivot. You do
How's
this
that a pivot?
pivoting.
How's that a
It
pivot?
is a pivot. Well, to be honest, I just
Thank you,
let me
Nicole.
pivot over here.
I
I
do
doubt
press X to
every.
doubt.
But like,
I do. I called my dad on something the other day. And I was right, by the way. But it wasn't an important thing. It was just about sports. But yeah, like, here, I'll give you an example. The other day he said, Bannon was saying that Trump had told him. So he was saying to me that Bannon had said that Trump had told him that he was going to run for a third term. And I was like, are you sure about that? Because I haven't really seen that being spread around. And I feel like that would be a really, really fucking big deal if Bannon came out and said, yeah, Trump told me that he's going to run for a third term. And so I said, like, are you sure that he said that he told him? Or was he saying that he thinks? And then he was like, well, actually, I'm not so sure. And then when I looked it up, it was that he said that he is convinced that Trump will run for a third term, not that Trump told him that he will run for a third term. Which there is a distinction there, right? So that's just an example. I doubt everybody. If I think something you're saying is kind of, if it sets off my like doubt meter, I'm gonna ask to back it up. That's just how I am.
Okay.
Oh,
So then
I
you
hate it
just
when
admitted
do
you
that.
doubt me.
I hate it when you say
No,
okay
no.
like that.
Okay, so you just admitted that you doubt me.
Oh. It's not a doubt that I reserve specifically for you, Candy. That's all I'm saying. Everybody gets the doubt.
You hate losing, huh?
What does that have to do with anything?
Like you will pivot to anything else.
I'm
It's
not
not
saying
just you.
I don't.
Da, 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 da,
I'm
da,
not
like,
saying I don't doubt you. I'm just delineating the fact that
say it.
the doubt is not
No.
specific to you.
Listen,
I don't want you to
I've
feel
never
like
asked
I'm
you
targeting you specifically.
of anything when you tell me something, right? And you've asked me many times.
You should
So
ask
you doubt
me.
me, I don't doubt you. We agree on that.
Okay, that's fine, but I feel like I should. I encourage you to doubt me.
I know. Yes. Give me yes.
Yes.
Okay.
But don't take me
I'm
when
glad
I say at my word. You should push me for sources if you don't believe me.
That's
You
the thing.
should do that. That's
I
good.
don't believe you. That's what I'm saying. Nothing you say is something that I would say I don't believe you.
Okay, well, if it ever is, push me for sources, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, because I don't want people just taking what I say at face value, right?
But you're very meticulous.
I understand that, but like I can be wrong too, right? And like you gotta push me, right? We can't just assume that people are right because of a track record. People can always be wrong, no matter how much time they spend looking up something, right? Destiny's wrong sometimes, as much as we agree with him a lot of the time. Like that's just people. That's just how it works. Just like he's wrong with empanadas. No, see, Daniel, that's a bad example.
Yes.
That's a bad example.
Yes.
That's
No
an
raisin.
incorrect
God
example.
damn it.
God damn it. I really just opened myself up for that one. That's awful. No, you know what? You're right, Candy. Don't question me. Don't ever question me. Especially not on empanadas. Oh, you
so
son
ahead,
of a
you can
bitch,
say
Daniel.
about
Why?
the
Why did you do that?
Got him.
Except I had sources, okay? I did have sources for that, Daniel. That was not just me. All right. Okay. Okay. Before we get all distracted with all of this crazy shit about raisins not going in bananas, okay? Before we get all distracted by that, all right? Let's get back to the real shit. Okay?
Once you get cynical about people,
it's hard not to doubt anything. But, here's the thing, blue collar. I'm not, necessarily cynical about people. I just really care about having, my life's philosophy, and Candy's gonna love this. Candy's gonna love hearing me say this. I want to believe as many true things and as few false things as possible. Now, I know Candy's going to love this because this feeds into her idea of me hating to be wrong, right?
Yeah.
But in reality, it just means that I feel that when I have a piece of information that it's based on all of the evidence I've gotten to so far. And if you're going to overturn that viewpoint, which is entirely possible, you're going to have to present me with evidence and data that's sufficient to overturn that viewpoint. That's all it is. I see it as a very like clinical thing, right? It's like I have my category of evidence in favor and evidence against. And when the evidence in favor like reaches a certain amount, I'd be like, okay, now I accept this idea. And in order to overturn that, you're going to have to fill up that side of evidence against, right?
Right. You have to fill him up with facts. And that's the thing with him. Me, on the other hand, I like to hypothesize a lot. I like to, based on track record, like, a person, let's say,
Because I
a
do
person is a killer,
hypothesize.
right?
I do hypothesize.
No, you don't.
What do you mean? I'm always talking about
I know.
hypotheticals for different situations. And in fact, you were criticizing me about that before. Remember? We had a whole thing
No.
where I talked about like, these are all of the hypotheticals of this thing that's happening. And I think this one is the most likely outcome. We had a whole conversation about this. Remember?
Mm-mm.
You really don't remember that?
Mm-mm.
Okay, so we were talking about the Supreme Court rulings, right? And I said, these are the different outcomes, right? We could see the Supreme Court ruling this way, but I think that's really, really unlikely. I think the Supreme Court's going to rule this way. And my guess is it's going to be 5-4 with Coney Barrett and John Roberts siding with the liberals. Do you not remember that whole conversation?
I do remember, but I think that kind of was part of another conversation where my point, you were saying that Thomas and Alito would give absolute power to Trump.
No, we
Whatever.
were talking about them ruling on the USAID, paying for the USAID stuff. Remember? And they had done the emergency stay on the order, right? And you had said, see, they're going to rule in his favor. And I had said, I would be shocked if they ruled in his favor. They could rule in his favor, but the hypothetical I'm seeing, the most likely outcome is that it's going to be a 5-4 with Barrett and Roberts joining the liberals. And that was what it did turn out to be, but that's neither here nor there. That's not really important to what we were talking about, which is that I do engage in hypotheticals. And in fact, I engage in hypotheticals pretty often, but I just don't, the difference is I don't engage in like a single hypothetical. I try to think of the different possible hypotheticals, lay them out, and then I might say like, okay, I think this one is the most likely one.
You like facts. Let's be honest.
I like facts, which is why when I lay out hypotheticals, I lay out all of the possible hypotheticals that can come from the set of facts that we have, right? Because I, quote, don't like to be wrong. And if I have named all of the hypotheticals, then I technically can't be wrong, right?
Right, but I only name one.
And that's cool. That's how you want to do it. And that's fine. You can do that. And then I'll be here to name the other ones. Even if I agree with the one that you're saying. That's all. I like to cover my bases. Blue collar liberal. Yeah. Once you get to, oh no, I am blue collar liberal. So that's fine, man. Cynicism is fine. Like, I get it, obviously. And I have some cynical positions about people as well. But also, like, I do sort of like to look at things from, like, a probabilistic perspective. Because I'm such a fucking science nerd like that. And it's just the way my brain works. Yeah, remember I talked about probability, too. That was part of our conversation as well. All right. Anyway. Goldberg reported that U.S. National Security Advisor Mike Waltz added Goldberg to a group chat on Signal. A popular open source encrypted messaging service that appears to include U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard, and other cabinet and senior national security officials. I shall flip a coin, call heads and tails. That way I always win. Winston Alistair Gupsworth III. Except I don't call it at 50-50, dog. I will usually say, I think this is the most likely. But these other things can happen as well. And sometimes it's not like one outcome. It can be multiple outcomes, all right? But yeah, so I appreciate the straw man. I know you are. The chat, which the White House confirmed, was Pequeño Gup. Mira, pusiste N, no pusiste ñ. Escribiste Pequeño Gup. You wrote Pequeño.
You know what I meant.
Yeah, still. You wrote Pequeño. The chat, which the White House... ¿Qué? ¿No tenés ñ? You don't have ñ on your keyboard?
I don't. Not on my keyboard, no.
Wow. ¿Qué tipo de latina sos? Huh?
Whatever.
Disappointment. I'm teasing you. Relax. The chat, which the White House has confirmed was authentic, pertained to plans for U.S. military strikes against the Iran-backed Houthi rebels in Yemen, and discussed operational details of forthcoming strikes on Yemen, including information about targets, weapons the U.S. would be deploying, and attack sequencing, according to Goldberg. For fuck's sake, dog. Ugh. This is so scary, dude. This is so fucking scary. The emerging scandal over the Signal group chat and apparent accidental leak could have legal... But Hillary's emails... I know, right? Oh, did you guys see the Hillary tweet? In response to this?
No.
How perfect is that? How perfect is that? After everything they put her through. Oh my God, Hillary, you should have been president. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. What's next? Yahoo GeoCities for storing the nuclear codes. The emerging scandal of this apparent accidental leak could have legal implications and make allies wary of sharing intelligence with the United States, and Democrats wasted no time ripping into the Trump administration over Goldberg's report. Yeah, that and all the other fucking shit he's been doing. I am horrified by reports that our most senior national security... My queen! True. I am horrified by reports that our most senior national security officials, including the heads of multiple agencies, shared sensitive and almost certainly classified information via a commercial messaging application, including imminent war plans. Democratic Representative Jim Himes of Connecticut, the ranking member on the House Intelligence Committee, said in a statement. If true, these actions are a brazen violation of laws and regulations that exist to protect national security, including the safety of Americans serving in harm's way, Himes added. Here's the real question. Will they sit these guys down in Congress and fucking interrogate them for like how many fucking hours did she go through? I think not.
No. Listen, and that's the problem. Ultimately, that's the problem as far as I'm concerned. These people are just going to right now, people will be signing their resignations for this right now. But these people will just pass around unscathed.
Don't be resigning. Malicious compliance.
No, I'm saying like, if this was a different administration, people would be submitting their resignations now.
I see what you're saying.
These people, they're gonna get. This is nothing, because they're gonna get away with it, and it's gonna just get swept under the rug, and it's like another day in the White House, and that's it.
I don't think people are going to forget about this. They're going to try all kinds of legal shit, but we'll see if it goes anywhere. Come here, baby.
I don't think so.
I mean, we've been successful so far with a lot of the legal stuff. I don't know.
But but I don't know about legally. You put somebody accidentally. I don't. What legal precedent is for that?
Exposing non-cleared people to top secret information is illegal. You can't do
Okay,
that.
right. But okay, but according to law, especially criminal law, there's a thing called knowing that you're doing something wrong. What is that called? I forgot. Um,
Mens rea.
mens rea. Okay, right. If they added people there, they could always say, "Well, I didn't know," or "Nobody knows who." Because if you're mass adding
So
people, I
let me
mean,
pause you here
who
for a
knows?
second.
Do they even
Because
know who added the
manslaughter
person?
manslaughter is a crime. Mens rea talks about intentionality. The difference between being
Exactly.
charged with manslaughter and charged with murder is intentionality, right? So
Right.
you can charge people with crimes for negligence.
I don't think it's gonna happen because the Department of Justice anyway is run by Trump, so he's not gonna do anything about it.
I mean, you're probably right about that, but I could see lawsuits being but lawsuits get taken to court. The court's can't prosecute when you own the DOJ. Yeah, but you
Yeah.
can sue.
I don't think it's gonna
You
go
can
anywhere.
absolutely sue.
We can. I don't think it's gonna go anywhere.
What do you mean? Why not?
I don't think it's gonna go anywhere.
If you
It first
sue,
off,
it's
they
gonna
would
go
have to
somewhere.
sign. It would no, it's not really. It would be so hard. Who added that person there? Nobody knows because how many people are added to that group? Quite a bit. So first you would have to know who added that person.
Yeah. I mean, you could be right about that. I don't know. I'll have to do some reading on what kind of legal strategy they would take to do something like this. So I will have to get back to you on that. Anyway. If true, these actions are a brazen violation of laws and regulations that exist to protect national security, including the safety of Americans serving in harm's way, Himes added. Himes emphasized the calamitous risk of transmitting classified information across unclassified systems and said he intended to get answers from intelligence officials at committee hearings scheduled for Wednesday. Go where, though? Aren't all the hopes layered with Trump sycophants now anyway? No. You can do lawsuits. Lawsuits aren't criminal necessarily. You can run through civil suits, and there's other ways to seek damages that aren't done by the DOJ, that are just done by the justice system. Hegseth had his Houthi Winter Soldier persona awakened after watching Hassan and Luffy. Oh my god. You're saying it in fucking English? You're saying it in fucking English at me in the chat, Daniel? You're not going to be authentic right now? You're giving me the fucking English? Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
I'm surprised he remembers all of them.
He didn't. He definitely copied them and pasted.
I don't know.
You want it in Kami to look up? You bet your ass I do! Bring me back to my childhood. Democratic Representative Gregory Meeks of New York, the ranking member on the House Foreign Affairs Committee, in a statement called for an immediate hearing on what might be the most astonishing breach of our national security in recent history, where top leadership from DOD, State, Treasury, the CIA, and even the VP himself used a commercial messaging app, Signal, to communicate U.S. war plans, all the while unaware that a journalist was included in the group chat. It's so embarrassing! Russia is sitting there laughing their asses off right now. Like, it's going to be so easy. China, too. China's going, oh my God, we're going to get all their shit. We're going to get all their shit. Meeks said that Republicans have regularly contrived security scandals to attack their political opponents with years of nakedly partisan hearings and investigations, adding that the Trump administration proves yet again that hypocrisy and cynical politics aren't the only defining characteristics of today's GOP. Ranking competence is front and center. Password 123. That is the password to log into my router, but not to actually get access to the internet. But if you're already on the network and you want to change the settings, that's password to get in my router. But you actually have to be on the network. So you have to have
Yeah,
my...
I doubt anything's gonna come of it. Hillary didn't get charged either with her emails. I never thought Hillary's emails was a big deal either. Um, and this is gonna be pretty much the same. The courts are gonna determine the
Yeah, except this is really
you know,
obvious. This is not like bullshit things like thrown out there, like with Hillary. This is like a real clear and obvious fuck up. And at the very least, it's extremely embarrassing. Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren of Massachusetts, who sits on the Senate Armed Services Committee, in a post on X, decried the administration's reported actions as blatantly illegal and dangerous beyond belief. Our national security is in the hands of complete amateurs, Warren wrote. What other highly sensitive national security conversations are happening over group chat? Any other random people accidentally added to those, too. Former intelligence officials also reacted with disbelief. In a post on X, former Obama National Security Advisor Susan Rice said, "This is insane." She was my mom's boss for a while. Can't imagine conducting a principals committee meeting and discussing a highly classified OP plan on Signal, Rice added. Using a term that typically refers to a group of cabinet-level national... Oh, OP plan. Duh. Cabinet-level national security officials. I'm inclined to think he's added on purpose, but I don't like going down rabbit holes. Why would they add him on purpose? I don't understand.
because they're leaking. If somebody in the inside is working against the Trump administration.
Oh. I see what you're saying. Okay. I thought you were saying that, like, yeah, Hexeth added him in there. Signal was the app that just got hacked by the Russians last month. Oh, even worse. Can't imagine conducting a principals committee meeting and discussing a highly classified op plan on... Oh, we already said that. Former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. Yeah, we already saw that part. Okay. Republican members of Congress have been slower to comment publicly on the story, though a few have. Oh, you don't fucking say. What a surprise. Republican Senator John Cornyn of Texas. Wow, John Cornyn, okay. Who sits on the Senate Intelligence Committee, expressed concern. Sounds like a huge screw up. It's an understatement. Cornyn told reporters on the news, adding, "I can use a different word, but you get the drift." Oh, he's going to say, fuck up. I feel like the problem is that the bar is in hell when it comes to Republican Party right now, and it has been for so long. People have acclimated. It's the frog in the pot shit. This admin is always going to get away with shit they would have ranked any Democrat admin over the coals for. I know, but we need to keep pointing that shit out. We need to keep pointing that shit out, right? And not like, oh my God, look at what you guys are doing. There are easy ways to point this shit out.
Okay, Jordan, this is the thing. Okay, yeah, we can point it out, whatnot, but again, if that leak would have led to something disastrous happening, then I guess it would gain a little more steam. But nothing really happened.
Okay, but it's that's the thing, is like,
I
it's
know.
not bad until it is.
I know, but nothing happened. And that's basically but nothing happened. You know what I mean?
That's not how the law works.
Okay, Jordan. Watch, nothing's gonna come of it, honey.
I'm not sure anything will come of it, and you might be right that that's the argument that they're gonna make. But to think that people are just gonna dismiss it, I don't think it's true.
Yeah.
They're already fucking Cornyn. John fucking Cornyn is saying that wasn't cool. John fucking Cornyn. Okay?
So I don't even know who that is.
He is one of the ones who's got his nose all the way up in fucking Trump's colon.
Well,
Senator from Texas. For sure, but I feel like in order to beat this movement, there needs to be something more. I don't know what, but pointing it out, crying foul isn't doing enough right now. That's what I'm saying. What you have to do is when you're talking to them, you have to set them up for a situation where, without them noticing what you're doing, you have to express to them, like, let's say somebody else went and did something like this, or how did you feel about the Hillary situation, or all of that, and let them make their own bed so that they're sitting there going, oh no, my cognitive dissonance here has been completely exposed in front of myself.
You know, Trump already responded to this, right?
What did you say?
Did you know Trump already responded to this?
Yeah, he said, "Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I've never heard of it. I had no idea."
Everything went well. He said everything went well. Yeah,
They're
but
apparently they're
yeah,
investigating it
I
now, so
didn't.
we'll see what happens.
I don't. Nothing's gonna happen. He's like everything went well. The plans were fine, but I didn't hear anything about that leak. Like
Lawmakers
whatever.
demanding
Like bullshit.
investigation.
You're gonna say that you didn't hear about the leak? Bullshit.
Someone TLDR just chimed back in. Did you hear about this Signal group chat, Casper? That was with all of these big people, and a journalist was invited into it. Cornyn isn't going to cross Trump. His term expires in 2070. Plans to run again in the election next year. Meaning he'll have to continue the colonoscopy of annoying orange with his head. I know, but he literally said, sounds like a huge screw up. I could use a different word, but you get the drift. That's about as strong as you're going to get from Cornyn. And that's something. Oh, that he texted military secrets? No, there was a group chat with all of these cabinet members, and a journalist somehow got invited into the group chat where they were talking about serious high-level military secrets regarding the attack that they were going to do against the Houthis. It's a big fucking deal. But yeah, kind of. I don't think Trump was in the group chat. The Houthis in Yemen that they started bombing recently. So this was before the actual attack. Which I don't understand why he would be. Fuck the Houthis, dude.
No, he had a reasoning. He said, we should keep it not against the attack, but not doing it as of yet. He was like, let's keep an eye on the situation. I think it's too premature to do it, whatnot. And then he was also concerned about the oil in Saudi. The oil. He said something about the oil. He was
Yeah,
concerned
but the
about the
Saudis don't
oil.
like the Houthis. The Saudis would be in favor of that. I don't know what. I'll have to look at it. I would hope the interagency would look at that. It sounds like somebody dropped the ball, Cornyn said. House Speaker Mike Johnson was less critical. What a fucking shock. They're going to track that down and make sure that doesn't happen again, he told reporters before going on to tout the success of the recent U.S. strikes on the Houthis in Yemen. You know what? He is probably right about that. They are going to tighten shit up real tight now, at least. The White House in a statement said that the group chat in Goldberg's report appears to be an authentic message chain, and we are reviewing how an inadvertent number was added to the chain. The thread is a demonstration of the deep and thoughtful policy coordination. Oh my God. Oh, fuck off. Wow. What a way to try to spin it. Oh my God. The thread is a demonstration of the deep and thoughtful policy coordination between senior officials. The ongoing success of the Houthi operation demonstrates that there were no threats or to troops or national security. Yeah, because the dude didn't reveal it until after you did the attack, because he was this thing that we call, responsible. Jesus.
Yes, but you're arguing with yourself because, again, I told you the spin they're going to put on this is going to be like nothing happened here, and they're going to forget about it.
I know that. That doesn't mean I'm not going to point out how stupid that is. But U.S. President Donald Trump on Monday afternoon told reporters he had not heard about the Atlantic report. I don't know anything about it. I'm not a big fan of the Atlantic. To me, it's a magazine that's going out of business. Trump said, you're telling me about it for the first time. First time. Who do you work with?
Nobody believes that. Nobody believes that was the first time he heard of it.
Who do you work for?
No way.
Well, your ratings are absolutely terrible. Terrible, quite frankly.
What does ratings have to do with anything? Like, I don't know. He always, yeah.
That's what he always does. Whenever he doesn't like a question, his response is, your ratings are terrible. Quite frankly, nobody listens to you. Nobody.
Have at it, Jordan. Go crazy. Get mad.
I'm mad. I'm annoyed. This one is fucked up. This one's fucked up. It was fucked up. Okay. Next fucked up thing. Have you
Mhm.
guys been hearing about the information that is now coming out about some of these people who were rounded up as part of the Alien
Yeah,
Enemies Act and
yeah.
sent to El Salvador? If he
It's
doesn't
and
know
and
about
oh,
it, how
it's
is it a
bad enough.
magazine going out of
You
business, and
know,
how
you and
does he
I had
know
a
ratings are
discussion.
terrible? He's like the crazy ex who says they're totally over you, but stalks your socials. I don't. Well, no, he doesn't need to know about the thing that happened to attack the publication that he doesn't like. He just loves to attack publications that he doesn't like. That's his bread and fucking butter, dog. He's like, I don't like you. You're terrible. Anything negative that you say, it's completely unfair. Totally unfair.
And lives.
It's lies. Lies. You're liars.
Um, it's a bit work. You remember you and I had a conversation about the whole prison things, and what I was asking you was, can a president send somebody to, instead of sending them to Venezuela, send them to a whole different country?
Mm-hmm.
Um, and is that legal to do that? Because that's kind of weird. Well, it's not just it's a labor camp actually.
Huh?
So they turned it over. It's not just a prison; it's a labor prison.
Yeah, I know.
So it's like,
Yeah. It's still legal.
is it?
It is completely legal for you to deport any person who is
Yeah, I know
deportable
the deporting.
to
Yes,
any country that will accept them. That is legal. What they do with those people once you deport them there has nothing to do with the legality of you deporting them there in the first place. Because then they are under their jurisdiction at that point. And then their own laws or whatever other laws will come into effect there. But like internally in the United States, you can deport any, if you're deporting somebody, legally deporting someone, you can deport them to any country that will take them. Now, the problem is, it seems like some of these people should not have been deported, which is a different story. Right? This is a different situation. So the big one, the one that everybody seems to be talking about the news because it's really clear, it's really obvious, it's just a really, really sad situation, is this hairdresser named Andres. A gay man from Venezuela who was seeking asylum here, which means he was here legally as part of the asylum process. And he was about to have a hearing to start that process in earnest, officially. And he didn't show up for the hearing. And the judge was told that he was removed. And he asked to the ICE representative or prosecutor, I'm not sure if it was a representative or prosecutor in this kind of thing because I don't exactly know, how could he have been removed without a removal order? And this representative prosecutor answered, I don't know. This man was apparently sobbing when they were taking him in, begging them to let him go, that he's not a criminal, he's not in any gang. Unbelievable. And you know, this is just profiling, right? They see tattoos. These tattoos could have nothing to do with any of this at all. And if they suspect, ooh, you look, you know, Latin and you have tattoos, ooh, we're going to take you in and deport you for being part of a gang. Because that's the reason this whole Alien Enemies Act thing was invoked in the first place, was to say we're being invaded by this gang, right? We're being invaded by this gang. But if you're not part of the gang, how can you fall under the deportation of this Alien Enemies Act if you're not part of the fucking gang that it was invoked for in the first place? Now, I don't know the exact legality of that, right? So maybe I'll talk to somebody who can tell me that, yeah, actually, unfortunately, that is the case, that they can do that. But I get the feeling that they can't. I don't know for sure. But
I
get the
am
feeling.
I am gonna question you. If not, you don't have to do it now, but I would like to know where it says that it's okay to deport anybody to anywhere they want.
Sure.
Like, especially not just a country taking them to a prison in somewhere
No, no,
else.
no, 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 no. Once they're under the jurisdiction of the country, that country's going to do whatever they want to with them, and that's out of our jurisdiction. So what they do after they accept a person, you realize we technically can have no influence over their decisions on that, right?
But we do.
No, we do because they decided that we do.
Okay.
Which is within their right once the person is under their jurisdiction.
Yeah,
Because
I don't
their
know.
jurisdiction.
Not,
What are we talking about?
We're talking about the deportations.
Oh, okay.
yeah, but not okay. So like my thing is, and what I'm asking Jordan is, I don't care if they deport people, who are here illegally, whatever. But the fact that they sent them to a labor prison camp in a country they don't belong to, that's kind of weird to me. Why not
Okay.
just send them back to Venezuela where they can?
Well, yeah,
Again,
they sent them to slavery because Bukele gave Trump a good blow.
We're just talking
Let him
about the
talk.
legality. You cannot, again, this is a matter of jurisdiction. What happens to them once they're in the custody of the other country has nothing to do with the deportation process, because they are now in the custody and under the jurisdiction of the other country. You cannot talk about the legality of something that's happening in someone else's jurisdiction, right? That's how jurisdiction works.
Yeah, but he's making deals with this president.
Doesn't matter.
To take it. It does matter. To me, it does matter.
Because he could make...
To me,
No, it doesn't matter. We're not talking about to you. We're talking about the law.
Yeah. You gotta... I'm going to question
legally,
that.
he shouldn't have done that in the first place. So, I mean, kind of like both of you guys are right? Once you're over in that other country, we have no jurisdiction anymore. But at the same time, you broke the law by bringing that person into that other person's jurisdiction into the first place. Right?
That depends. So first of all, that depends.
No. Didn't the courts literally said that he wasn't allowed to do that, right?
Yes. In this case, it appears that it may be in some of these cases that he was not allowed to do that. But you're coming into sort of like the middle of the conversation. Let me just make this clear. This was about the general idea of, can he deport someone, let's say, who is legally deported, right? Not illegally, but legally deported to a country that is not their country of origin. And then, can you deport them to another country of origin knowing that they are going to be put in a, quote, labor camp or a prison, right? The second one, yes, because it's not your jurisdiction. And there's no legal situation that's going to determine how their jurisdiction is affecting your legality, right? Let's say they got sent back to their country of origin and then got thrown in jail in their country of origin, right? That's going to have nothing to do with your jurisdiction. There's no legal issue.
Yeah,
if we're just finding strictly legality, I guess, then I guess you're right.
Obviously, some backdoor deal where Trump said, "Okay, put them in your prison."
It's out in the open. We all know about it.
You know what I'm talking about.
No, but you said backdoor deal. That
like
that sort of suggests some under the table thing
between our president and their president.
But it's not backdoor. It's in the open. We all know about it. We all know about this.
Meaning that Trump decided to tell this guy what to do with the person, regardless. Oh yeah, he's in a jail. He could do whatever he wants. He could let him go. Whatever. He's deciding before he gets there. This is what we're gonna do with this guy.
Okay, you understand that it is well. You understand that it's well within the rights of Bukele to say no. We're not going to do that.
He's not gonna do that. He did some sort of deal with him because there's something about there was something about how he's gonna get paid. He's gonna get money.
And what are you gonna do about it? It's under their jurisdiction. You literally can't do anything about it. That's the law. That doesn't mean I'm happy about it. It's the way the law works. If they're under their jurisdiction, it doesn't matter how they came to be under their jurisdiction. They are then under their jurisdiction. At that point, what they do with them is their jurisdiction. You can't like there. Where's the illegality there?
Don't show me. You gotta. You don't have to do it right now, but I want to see that. I want to see that
Which
it's
part?
not that it's legal for them to do that.
To do what exactly?
To send them to somewhere else to be in a prison.
No. To send them to somewhere else. That's it. That's it. Because as soon as they get somewhere else, they're not under our jurisdiction anymore. And they can put them wherever
like
they
you
want.
Said, it was out in the open. Trump talked to this guy and said to him, made a deal to put he's gonna immigrants there. That's a deal between
Candy,
two presidents.
Candy,
that they're
what do you think jurisdiction means?
I don't think Jordan's not saying that he agrees with this at all. By the way, I think he's just talking about the legality of this, right?
Yep.
Right, man. Yeah.
And I am talking about the legal. I don't think it's legal for our president.
So you're making the positive claim.
I don't think it's illegal for our president to tell another president from another country, we're going to send immigrants there. You could put them in your prisons.
Okay, so you are actually making the positive claim here. The positive claim that you are making is that we now have influence over another country's jurisdiction to the point that we now have legal consequences on our own country and our own president because of that. So you're going to have to show me that it is illegal, because the standard point of view is that once somebody becomes under the jurisdiction of another country, they are under their jurisdiction. And you cannot talk about the legality of it because it's not a legal question. They're under their jurisdiction.
It is a legal question. If let's say, for instance, let's say the U.S. I know I'm gonna use this is a bad example because this shit triggers you. Let's say the U.S. said to Germany, "Hey, we have a whole bunch of Jews here. We're gonna send them over there. Do whatever you want with them." You think the U.S. wouldn't be responsible for those deaths? Of course they would be.
Do you understand that the question of jurisdiction would not mean that the United States is responsible for them? It would still mean that Germany is the one who's responsible for once it arrives there. It's a matter of pure jurisdiction.
You know you're
when
sending them to their death. You're making deals with them to do this, to send them to prison. You can't, there's no way that's possible.
You're wrong. You're just wrong. You're just wrong. And you misunderstand how jurisdiction works. And not only that, but the United States did turn away Jews who came here, who ended up having to go back to Germany, and many of them ended up dying in the camps.
I'm not talking about turning away. It's a different thing to turn away somebody as opposed to shipping them yourself to there and say, hey, do whatever you want, knowing that they were going to be you sending them to their deaths. That's
well, you're not. First of all, you're not sending them to their deaths, and in this case, and second of all, we do that all the time when we deport people back to.
You don't know that because again, the jurisdiction is not there no more. What if all these people get executed? Is there legality there?
Then obviously El Salvador is committing crimes at that point, and then that's who it's going to fall on.
I disagree with what you're saying.
You disagree with the law, Candy.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I came in like
blue-collared liberal.
In the middle
I understand
of things, but it kind of just seems like
I understand what she's asking. But the problem is, once someone comes under the jurisdiction of another country, if they worked together to say, okay, we're going to send them here and we're going to subsidize the fact that they're going to be publicly executed, and we're going to oversee it, and we're going to agree to a split of jurisdiction, you might have somewhat of an argument. But if you're just deporting them to El Salvador, and upon being deported in El Salvador, they arrive, and El Salvador takes them and then puts them into a jail, that is an issue of jurisdiction. That is a clear issue of jurisdiction. The United States does not have jurisdiction over what they do when they arrive in El Salvador. Bukele could easily have been like, actually, we're not going to do this. We're going to do something else. And the U.S. would have no legal recourse to say, well, we agreed to do this. Because they don't have jurisdiction.
was just saying that it seemed like this conversation wasn't going anywhere.
Okay.
Awkward silence. Huh?
Hang on.
You okay? Do we need to take a breather?
No, I'm just reading stuff.
Okay. What are you reading?
About people being accepted into countries that aren't their countries of origin when being deported.
Oh, are you reading up on like what international law on that or something?
Yes. Yeah, sure. Why wouldn't they, Daniel? Nobody's even arguing that this is the legal issue. Nobody's even making this argument. Because it's not. It's not a legal issue. It's an issue of jurisdiction. Does that mean we should update international law on this topic? Maybe. But as it stands, this is a clear jurisdiction, issue of jurisdiction. No one is making this argument. Okay, Candy. But it is. It is legal. It's not a shit law. It's a lack of law. There's no law governing jurisdiction in this sort of a situation. At least none that I'm aware of. If you're deporting somebody, the moment they arrive to any country that will accept them, they then fall under their jurisdiction. This is how it's always worked. The idea that
this
just
is not
because...
just any country that's welcoming them, hey, we're accepting you here. That's not the case here. They're sending them to fucking labor prison.
Okay, what is the legal difference? What's the legal difference? As soon as they arrive in El Salvador, they're under their jurisdiction. So what is the legal difference? What is the legal difference from the point of view of the United States that as soon as they arrive in a country that they're being deported to, that they're accepted into, they come under the jurisdiction of the country that they've been deported to? That is the same. And after that point, they're under their jurisdiction.
It's not the same.
This happens sometimes. Sometimes people get jailed when they get deported to another country. That happens sometimes. Because then, does this mean to a country where they'll all be killed or whatever, charges the countries? So here's the thing about that. He could do that. But then you may be coming under some other issues with war crimes and the Geneva Convention. And maybe this will get pushed for war crimes of the Geneva, or not war crimes, but crimes against humanity in the Geneva Convention. I'm not sure about that.
To a labor camp in another country, especially if it involves forced labor or done without due process, is generally considered illegal.
Show me the law. Without due process.
It's a violation of international human rights law.
Show me the law. Send it to me.
Have you showed Candy law on this?
Say that again.
I was just asking Jordan if he showed you the
I've
law.
read about being able to deport people to any country that will accept them. I've read the law on that publicly already, several times.
Okay.
Yeah, but Daniel, people who get deported, it's frequent that when they get deported back to another country, they get jailed. It was knowingly arranging for them. Yeah, but the legal problem that you have here is that you have to prove that Bukele couldn't possibly have decided to do something else, because they could have arrived, and once they're under the jurisdiction, he could have said, well, I'm not going to do this. Now, he decided not to do that, right? But he made the agreement of his own free will as the leader of another country to do that. Does he not have, under his jurisdiction, the right to make that agreement? DDM, am I echoing? Is there an echo?
No. That's my account. I'm just in here and watching the stream at the same time.
Oh, gotcha. Well, turn one of them off. Don't do that. You fuck yourself up. Also, follow me, you piece of shit. What are you doing?
Well, I did.
Give me that sweet follow. Wait, let me look. It says you're not following me.
Okay. Well, I mean, I know you asked a while ago, and I remember pressing that, but I'll give it a press again, since I'm not for some reason.
No, it says you're not. I don't know.
Kick doesn't want me to follow you. Kick doesn't think you're
So-
worthy of a follow, I guess.
I don't know if it would violate non-refoulement. There it is. Yay. Because the statute of non-refoulement specifically says returned. And they're not going to a country that they originally came from. So I'm not so sure. Plausible deniability indeed, Casper. Now, of course, I'm not trying to argue that it shouldn't be illegal. It probably should be illegal. This is completely fucked up. But is that how they're going to argue that it's illegal? No. I don't think that's going to get them much of anywhere. But maybe. We'll see. Maybe they'll find at The Hague or something like that it was a violation of humanitarian law. But I think there's a lot of ways that they can get around that. And the main one is, that jurisdiction. El Salvador has a history about human rights, so it wouldn't fall under United Nations Convention Against Torture Article 3, which prohibits the extradition or deportation of a person to a country where they face a real risk of torture. Cool. So wouldn't it fall? Perhaps that might be the case. Let me see. Well, yeah, I mean, the problem is, like, you call it a concentration camp, we call it a concentration camp, they call it a prison. And technically, people are not dying in this prison, as far as I know. I mean, they're filming them being forcibly shaved and exhibitioning them for the world. Yes, but they're not dying or starving, as far as I know. But AI. No, but I don't know how these international statutes define cruel and unusual punishment. It would have to be international statutes, not American ones. I have to look into what those are. Hey, can I add a buddy to the Discord? He asks good questions. It's good for discussion. Found him in Destiny's channel. Super cool. Yeah, but make sure he follows me here as well. And then he can definitely add in the Discord. Casper, are you in the Discord? He's in Destiny's Discord chat. Wait, why can't you? You don't have Discord? Attached to an old Discord account and it won't let me verify. Oh, man. That's lame. Hang on. But you do have Discord, right? I have a workaround for that. Okay. Okay. Add me on Discord. I'm Jordan World. Regardless, Blue Collar, Daniel, all you guys, you understand why I'm saying this is an extremely difficult thing to litigate, and it's going to be it's going to be an uphill battle for anyone trying to prosecute this. And the question of jurisdiction is very clear. You might be able to look at some of the other stuff potentially, but I still think it's going to be hard to prove any sort of cruel and unusual punishment. I don't know if you've seen any videos from inside the prison, because I've seen like a good bit of shit from the prison. It's clean. Yeah, there's a lot of them packed together, but like it's clean. They eat. They're not like starving or like anything like that, but it is a shitty place to be. I don't know if you could quite... I don't know how much you could make that argument. And, you know, people say, it's a labor camp, but, like, so is every fucking prison in the United States, essentially.
Yeah, the difference in most cases is that a prison in the U.S., you were given due process.
Yeah, the due process thing is a different issue. And that's part of the internal legal battle, right? But the problem that we have with with that is they have to rule that the Alien Enemies Act was improperly invoked. So, because if they say it was properly invoked, then they don't technically need due process. All right. Fuck it, Casper. You get mod in there as well. Good for you. Congratulations. Now you don't have to verify shit. You should be fine now. I gave you mode. Yeah, you'll get it. It's not too hard. I gotta head out for the night. Thank you for the awesome stream. Good night, everyone. Good night, buddy. I'll be back on Wednesday, of course. Hopefully see you then. Hell yeah, I won't know what the fuck I'm doing, but I'll do it. Yeah, you'll get it. You'll pick it up. It's not that difficult. Anyway, you guys get it. You get where I'm having issues here with the legality and where I see it's going to be a very difficult argument. Yeah, let's move on. Candy, is there anything else you want to add to that before we move on?
No.
Nope. You're good? Look, regardless of what it is, we both agree it shouldn't be legal, right? Right, Candy?
You show me where it's legal to do that.
Is that what I just said?
No, I said I want to see. That's why I asked you to show me where it says it's legal for that to be done.
Okay.
This is completely different than just okay. I'm gonna send them here. This country is willing to welcome these people to their country. It's completely
Yeah, but
different
again,
than
you have to show. If you're gonna say that, then you have to show something that's gonna overrule the jurisdiction. Because you're asking me to say a law that overrules, that says, oh, it's legal to do this. That's not how laws work. Laws work, oh, it's illegal to do
yeah.
this.
But it's like you can't just.
You understand? I can't show you the law that says it's legal to do this because that's not how laws work. You have to show me the law that says it's illegal to do this. Now, we were talking about some possibilities in the chat, and that may be the case, but there's still difficulty arguing that based on some of the things I was saying back and forth.
I don't think it's no difficulty, especially if a person is sent to a prison without due process and whatnot. Yeah, it's not legal because
Due
or
process,
to
like I
work in a
said.
labor camp sent over there.
No. What does due process have to do with where they're going?
No, because you're being sending them to a prison.
I'm going to ask it again. What does due process have to do with
Because
where
then you
they're
would have
going?
processed them and then you would have determined whether they were a criminal or part of Tres Taraguas, whatever.
No, I agree with that. But you're saying, yeah, if there is no law directly against it, it is inherently legal. That's the thing. But if you say that there's no due process and they're getting sent to a prison camp, you're making two things. You're talking about two different things. And you're trying to say it's illegal, and you're mentioning two different things. One of those things may not be legal. The other thing, you haven't demonstrated, unfortunately, if it's illegal, right? And you're grouping them together. So the due process thing, yes, you are. 100%. By saying them together, you're grouping them together.
I'm grouping them together.
So you're fine.
Especially when you have the president of your country making deals with a president from another country to put these people who's not even given
What's that have to do with due process?
Because it's a prison. It's a labor prison.
Doesn't matter.
So
They are in their jurisdiction. They might have different laws that don't include due process. And in fact, in El Salvador, they probably don't have laws that include due process.
We're the ones kicking them over there because
But
they're
then they're
criminals.
under their jurisdiction. They're not under our jurisdiction anymore. They're not subject to our laws anymore.
They are while they're still in our custody. We're
But
the ones
okay,
here.
thank you. You
They're
just made my
not
argument.
defendant,
You
but
just
they
made my
were
argument.
Criminals before shipping them out to somewhere else.
You just made my point. Thank you.
No.
Yes, because the second they step off the plane and they're in the custody of El Salvador, they are
They're
no
still
longer in our
in the
custody
US,
and no longer
in
under
the
our
US,
jurisdiction.
Being rounded up, right?
Yes,
Said,
I
oh, you're part of a
agree.
gang member without due process.
Okay.
Then they
So
put
far
them in an
you're good.
airplane.
So far, you're all good. That's a different argument than what happens once they arrive to El Salvador. You understand those two things are separate, right? So when we talk about due process, there is an argument.
What happens to them is what Trump is telling them what to do when they get there. That's
Yeah,
what's
but
the
they could say
problem.
no. He's agreeing to do that out of his own volition. He can say, no, we're not going to do that if he wanted to. But he's saying once they're under his jurisdiction, we're going to put them in jail. The due process part is the part that's being legally challenged right now. That part, I think there's an argument there. But it all comes down to whether or not his invocation of the Alien Enemies Act was proper or improper. If it was proper, unfortunately, that means they don't get due process. And it's bullshit, but that's what it is. That's what that act does. If it's improper, then yes, deporting them in the first place was illegal. Now, the separate question that we've brought up is, well, yeah, exactly, Casper. Exactly. That's my point. If illegal immigrants are deported, when does our responsibility end? Our responsibility ends as soon as they're out of our jurisdiction. Because that's what responsibility is essentially a synonym for. Jurisdiction, in this case. Now, if there's anybody who's like a lawyer who can come in and tell me that I'm 100% wrong about this, that's fine. But I haven't seen anything presented to me yet that goes against that. If there is, I will defer to that legal theory, right? But jurisdiction is the key issue when we're talking about these people being brought in. If the Alien Enemies Act was invoked in a proper manner, according to the courts, as it goes through the courts, and that's what we're waiting to find out. If it was, then sadly, in a way that I don't think should be legal, but unfortunately is legal, they legally do not have the right to due process under that act. And then once they arrive in El Salvador, they are under the jurisdiction of El Salvador. And our responsibility ends as soon as they get off that plane. America deported them into the concentration camp, then it gets iffy. Plausible deniability for America. Where does America's responsibility end? It's a circle. Yeah, but here's the problem, Casper. You also, first of all, you have to define what does it mean to be a concentration camp, right? In the eyes of international law. And then 3, you have to define that thing that they were deported to was indeed that concentration camp. Let's say that's not okay. What do you mean eye roll? Look, if you're not interested in actually going into how legal theory is, you don't have to have these arguments, Candy. But these are going to be the discussions people are going to be having about this. Okay? This is literally the key shit about whether this shit is legal or not. Of course not. Of course not. Of course not. It's fucking gross. I don't think the Alien Enemies Act should really exist. I mean, like, I can see maybe some certain situations where it makes sense, but it really shouldn't. But international law is really fucking iffy too, right? Deciding this is where your shit starts and this is where your shit ends and here's why, and then saying no, you actually have responsibility in somebody else's country. That's a really difficult thing to make the argument for. The other question is, even if the Alien Enemies Act is ruled to be legally used, if an asylum seeker who is not part of a gang was knowingly sent to a country where their life is endangered, would we still have jurisdiction or responsibility since they weren't illegal? I think we would have responsibility for the deportation. But once they are there, and this is one of the big problems that we're facing with some of these people who were deported incorrectly. Once they are there, it's going to be nearly impossible to get them back because we don't have that jurisdiction anymore. It would be incumbent upon Bukele to pick them out and send them back. And, you know, based on his responses to these things, I don't think that's going to happen, which is really sad. If you think the U.S. prison system is bad, South America is worth in terms of keeping track. Yeah, but also, like, you know, like, these are major detention centers. They cleaned up their streets by throwing all these people into this big prison. And Bukele just doesn't seem to care about getting those people back. I don't think he's really interested in doing it. Wait, Casper, what do you mean you could be deported on Friday? What are you talking about? All right, let's see. Other things about this. Venezuelan football coach was sent to El Salvador because of a Real Madrid tattoo. Because he gave a peace love sign in a photo, which, like, I get it. I'm a Barca fan. I hate Real Madrid too. So, like, I'm not even that mad about that one. Nah, I'm kidding. That sucks. I mean, this is, like, beyond racial profiling at this point. Apparently he gave a peace love sign in a picture and they called it a gang sign. Oh, and then this is particularly egregious and really stupid too. Now they're using the IRS info to go after illegal immigrants. And not only are they breaking the decades-old rule that the IRS was not going to give illegals information to ICE to keep their privacy, but they're encouraging migrants not to pay their taxes now. And migrants pay $100 billion a year in taxes. So it's just fucking dumb. Not only is it, like, wrong, it's just fucking dumb. Oh, dropped a can. And now prosecutors are being told to focus more on immigration-related issues, which means less resources to fight against CP, SA, financial crimes. So resources are being reestablished. All this shit is fucked. None of it is good. None of it is happy. It's all bullshit. Okay. Daniel. It's time for dailies, bud. Let's do our dailies. We'll start with connections. Let's see if I can actually get it. Or if I'm going to fail hard. The last one was easy, so this one will probably be tougher. Let's see. Rank, foul, sour, ripe. Got him. Bad smelling. Let's go. All right, next one. What do we got? Constant, uniform, stable, level? Oh! Ooh! So far, so good. Legit scary because I'm a naturalized citizen just getting paperwork that no one told me I needed 20 years ago done on Friday. I don't think they're going to overturn naturalization. It seems like the Supreme Court will probably hold that one up. So I think you should be okay. Teen, adults only, mature, everyone. Let's go. ESRB ratings. Let's go, dude. Oh! Perfection again. That was an easy one, though. That was another easy one. Okay? That was another easy one. Daniel, where are you? Are you in here? Are you even here, Daniel? I'm going to keep this open just for Daniel when he comes back. Time guesser. I might be safe because I'm white, but yeah, it doesn't mean the fear is in there because I have a misdemeanor. Oh, yeah, I hear that. But I don't know. We'll see, man. We'll see. I get it. I get it, though. I get it. A lot to be scared of. Let's do a time guesser. Here we go. This is going to be tough. Oh, fuck. What is this? Hawaii? This is like Hawaii, right? This looks like Hawaii. This looks like Hawaii. What kind of shit do they have? We've got GoPros, cameras. Here. Here for me, you'll know I got sent back to a country I never knew. Yeah, hopefully that doesn't happen. Fuck. Okay. Yeah, what fucking island, though, right? Just had to take a call. I'm on my phone. Naib Gopale. Yeah, look at this, baby. Look at this. Perfect. And it was quick, too. I was fast with it, bro. I was fast with it. All right. Time guesser. This is obviously in Hawaii, but I don't know where. Let's go with... we might as well go with Mauna Kea. And it's got to be like... Let's say 2018. It looks relatively modern. Are there any phones or anything that can help me see? There's no masks, right? No masks. What do we got? 4 years off. Off to a good start, baby. Off to a good start. Let's go. 1.8 miles. Oh! Bro, galaxy brain. I am hooked up to the world. Okay, I'm probably going to fail hard on the next one. Let's go. Okay, all right. Oh, shit. Okay. Oh, man. Oh, this is going to be tough. Okay, this is going to be tough. What are these guys? That's Italy. That's Italy, right? That's the Italian flag? Right? No. Is that Mexico or Italy? I can't tell. I think maybe it's Mexico. Oh, no. Oh, no. Did you see his Wordle? Bro is cheating. What? What Wordle? The connections, you mean? Hell no, dude. I killed it. I killed it. Is it Spanish? No. Unca dos Suez. I think it's Mexico. Hell no, dude. I swear to God I did not. Alright, I think it's Mexico. I think it's Mexico. And it looks like the 80s or 90s. Oh, this one's not going to be so good. This one's not going to be so good. Let's try 90. This one's not going to be so good. Come on. Don't be Italy. No, this looks like Mexico. No! It was Spain! I'm so dumb! Oh, fuck! At least I was close on the date. No, this is gonna kill me. This is gonna kill my score. Fuck! Oh, no. Alright, what do we got here? Is that Polish? I think that's Polish. Or Czech or something? Fuck. Oh no. We're dying. They're protesting. It's gotta be like the 80s. No. Fuck. Vadim, pull up Pennsylvania. Quick, Vadim. Pull it up. Oh, fuck me. Okay, maybe it's Czech. Is it Czech? Or Turkish? Or fucking... No, I'm spiraling. No. What's Prezaka? Drogerie. Drogerie. I don't know what that is. Oh, it's gotta be one of these things over here. It's gotta be one of these. Oh, fuck. It's like somewhere here, right? Oh, fuck me. I don't know. I don't know. Belgrade. I don't fucking know. This looks like the 70s, maybe? Oh, no, dude. This is gonna be bad. This is gonna be bad. I'm fucking it up. I'm fucking it up right now. I'm fucking it up, guys. 3 years off? Okay, that wasn't that bad. Czechoslovakia. I should have gone. I should have gone with that. Fuck. I knew that was Czech. I looked at it and I was like, that looks like Czech. But I didn't know for sure. Okay, that's okay. That's okay. We could take it. We'll take it. 3 years off. That wasn't bad. All right. Okay. Oh, what fucking... I don't recognize this flag. Oh, I'm cooked. I'm cooked. Oh, I'm fucking cooked. It's gotta be the Middle East or something, right? They look like Middle Eastern. Is this like Syria or something? Oh, I'm fucking cooked. I feel like a jackass. Oh no, I'm so cooked. Oh no. Why is my brain saying Azerbaijan? I don't know. I'm fucked, bro. I'm so cooked. Here, and then it's gonna be like recent. Seven years. Oh, the Kurds. Oh, that's why it's the Kurdish flag. Oh no, we're gonna have a shit score compared to the last time. Okay. What is this? Dutch? Brussels. So Austrian? Is this Hitler times? I'm trying to see if there's anything anywhere that says Juden. The Chiss ascendancy, nice. Fraulein Worten. Okay, this looks... I think it's Austria. Brussels, maybe? Let's go with Brussels, just because that's the only thing I see that can tell me where we are. Brussels. Wait, am I tripping? Am I tripping? Is it not called Brussels anymore? Is it just Vienna? Am I a retard? I might be a retard. Right? Oh, it's in Belgium. That's why I'm fucking retard. I am a fucking retard. I can't believe I did that. Oh, no! That was embarrassing. Let's see. We say the 40s, right? We gotta say the 40s, right? Yeah, I know. And I probably knew that somewhere in my head too. Or like the 30s. We'll say 1940. Cause it looks this font looks very Nazi time, right? Or maybe like 38. Nah, 39. 5 years off. 44. German newspapers in The Hague. Oh, that's dirty. I knew it too. I should have known that too because that's fucking Dutch in the background. Oh, that was cheap. That was cheap. That was cheap. They tricked me. Oh no, I did not crack. I don't think I cracked 40,000. Did I crack? No, I did not crack 40,000. Fuck. How far I have fallen. I've fallen so far. Oh no. Do we want to do one more? Let's do one more. Let's do one more. Okay. Oh. Indians. That's Cleveland. Indians. That's got to be like 2014, 2015 before they changed it. So that's Cleveland. I don't know where the fuck in Cleveland. And then what, like 2014 we'll say? What does it look like? I don't know. No, that looks like it might be 2000s. Style. Maybe 2008. I hope I'm not too far off. It's the glasses that are sending me. And the fucking hair and shit. Oh! What up?
Are you
Okay,
gonna talk
what do we
about
got?
the Nick Fuentes thing?
What Nick Fuentes thing? What Nick Fuentes thing? Candy, what Nick Fuentes thing?
I already told you.
Oh, is this something you talked to me about like yesterday or the day before the other day?
No, during this stream.
Okay. Yeah, we can look at it. That's fine. I'm just gonna finish this.
Don't look at it. I'm just saying if you're gonna talk about it. We talked about it that Nick Fuentes said liberals were right about Trump.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Right.
Hang on. This looks like Wall Street maybe. I think that's the stock exchange, right? And then what? This has got to be like pretty recent. I see masks. How he came back online? No, I guess he was talking about. We'll try 21. He was talking about. Well, not everyone's wearing a mask. Maybe it's a little later, like 22. I guess he was talking about. He said liberals are right about Trump. We'll take a look. We'll take a look in a second. As soon as I finish this. All right, here we go. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh my God, the double-decker bus. This is bullshit. This is bullshit. Okay? This is bullshit. Okay? Yeah, you're right. The bus should have sent me. You're right. But it's the American flags that fucking fooled me. God damn it. Oh. Kunst und Antikenhandel. Einbahn. Where are our clues? It's Europe, obviously. Handlung. It's not quite German, is it? Oh, that he's switching sides because he fucked up royally with your body. My choice thing is taking his mask off, being a Trump grifter for money, but actually he's buying it. Any one of those cast three. I don't think he's gonna be switching sides, but he's probably saying, "Oh fuck, that's Austria, right?" I think he's probably saying that. Just that he doesn't like Trump now. Probably because he's backing Israel or some shit like that. What language is the signs? I'm not sure, but I think it's Austrian. I think it's Austrian. Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny. Like someone hacked his stream several years ago and showed gay corn. We'll go with Vienna, right? Maybe we can see this big old building. Wiener Porcelle Manufaktur Augarten. It's gotta be like in the 80s or 70s. Maybe. I have a tough time with that. I feel like it's the 80s. It's a big ass building. There's a big. Oh. It's got a big old dome roof. Fuck it. It's probably somewhere near here, right? Probably somewhere near the center. Okay. We go here, and we'll say what? 86? Oh, look at that. I was so close. I was 3 years off. Another good score, baby. We're doing okay. We're doing okay. We're doing okay. All right, okay. Oh, what the fuck is this? Oh. What am I supposed to do with this? Oh, wait. Oh, I know exactly where this is. Oh, I know exactly where this is. Damn, for a second I was like, this is so stupid. I know where this is. You got it exactly right, Candy. Now, the year is the tough one, okay? This is like... What is this? Is this civil rights protest? The 60s? Those could be 60s cars. Let's say 63. Perfect. A perfect score. I got a perfect score. I got a perfect score. I got the year right on the money. I got the location 1.4 meters from... Relax, Candy. Come on. Give me this. I got a perfect score. I got a perfect... Oh, my God. You actually left. You actually left. Come on. That's badass. I got a perfect score. Mean. Oh, and now I'm going to fuck it up with this. I don't know where these places are. Spital. Mautendorf. Radstad. Gmund. I don't know. That sounds maybe like Switzerland? Is that Switzerland? See if I can see these places when I zoom on in to Switzerland. Germany? I don't know. Maybe. I hope not, because Germany's a lot bigger to look through. Grindelwald. I don't know why I'm getting Swiss feels. Radstadt. It might be Germany. Who knows if any of these places... I feel spittle talking to some people. Huh? Oh, spittle talking. Spittle. Yeah, that's a spittle. Okay. You need to be more careful. Say it. Don't spray it. Okay, do you understand? You're spraying it right now. You're not saying it. I feel like these are going to be like tiny towns. And it's going to be like impossible to actually find them. These look like 1940, yeah, 1940, I'll say. Because you got the Volkswagen, Beetle here, right? So actually maybe like 43-ish. I don't know, that might even be too early, but we'll see. Oh, fuck, all of these fucking places. What are we doing here? If I could, like, find one of these places, that'll change everything. But it's gonna be... Once you guess, I'll tell you why I think it's Germany. Okay. Is it because of the fucking Aryan-looking lady? Or because of the Volkswagen? Because those would probably be in Switzerland as well. I feel like these are all going to be like tiny little towns, and there's no way I'm going to find it like this, and yet I'm sucked in. Like, I can't stop. Because she's wearing pants. Oh. Okay. Help me understand that one. I'm going to be here forever if I keep trying to find it this way. This is a terrible idea. I need to just commit to somewhere. I just need to commit. Rather say a pantsuit. Yeah, I guess you might be right. Fuck it. I don't see Spital. Matterndorf, Radstad. I don't know why those make me think Switzerland, though. And I'm probably going to be wrong. And I probably should have listened to you. You're going to be right. It's going to be Germany. And I'm going to guess Switzerland. And I'm going to be stupid about it. I'm sucked in. I can't stop. Sounds like that. Oh, for fuck's sake. You son of a bitch. Okay, I'm doing it. I'm sticking with Switzerland, and it's going to be my demise. I already know it. We're going here. I don't know why. Ugh. I hope I didn't fuck up my 40,000 plus. Oh no. It was neither. It was Austria. Oh, and it was 57. Oh, God. I still did it, though. Got over 40,000. And you know what? This made it all worth it. This right here made it all worth it. This one right here. My first perfect score. My first perfect score. That was special. It was special. Okay? This only happens once in an age. Okay? To the most special of gups. I want to thank my dad. I want to thank all of you for being here for my moment. It was very special to me. Okay. Moving on. Wake up, Candy. Wake up. All right, let's watch this thing. Now watch this drive.
Liberals were right fundamentally about Trump. Whether he has good intentions or bad intentions, whether he means well or not, some people blame his advisors. Some people blame people around him. Whatever you think about his culpability, he is in effect, okay? Maybe not consciously or intentionally, but in effect, what he is a demagogue. What he is a populist demagogue. And directionally, what liberals said about him, which is that he was stirring up the rubes, animating the rubes with nativist rhetoric and ginning up resentment against the system to empower himself and the people around him, and then brought the swamp closer to the periphery in his first and second administration, willing to say and do anything. Yeah, that all kind of turned out to be true. Yeah, that basically turned out to be true. Liberals were right fundamentally about Trump. Whether he has good intentions or bad intentions, whether he means well or not, some people blame his advisors. Some people blame people around him. Whatever you think about his culpability, he is in effect.
Well, everything's falling apart. Everything's falling apart. Casper, is that Optical RR? Is that somebody you know as well? The world's blown up. Everything's going wrong. We're fucked. Nick Fuentes is saying this shit, we're fucked. We're in trouble. Yep. It's all gone. It's all going to hell. Fuck. Yeah, Kelvis, I see him. Would he have invited the other dude? Or is that somebody who's watching right now? I don't know. Didn't even get dinner first. He wouldn't invite anyone. Oh, I wonder if it's just somebody who's watching then. Welcome. If you are watching Optical, welcome, welcome. Ugh. All right, what else? What else do we want to look at? Oh, that's just sad. That's just depressing. Give me other shit, guys. What else do we want to see? I don't give a fuck what Nick Fuentes says. His Your Body, My Choice sparks such fucking hate in high schools I can't even describe. Yeah, he's a piece of shit. I don't care if he's suddenly like, oh yeah, like, fuck that dude. He's a Dick Baggius of the highest order. Talk about something I know about and I'll jump in audio. What do you want? What do you want to talk about? Tell me, what about your topic? Give me, you go in with the topic, Casper. I don't know what you know. I keep forgetting to switch my gun. Give us a topic that'll take it. We got like half an hour left on the stream. Give us a topic that'll take us through to the end, and you can come in and we can talk about it. I don't know what's your stream. It's all of our stream, right? This is America. Hello?
Hello.
Hi. You like Star Wars? Oh, yeah, we can talk about Star Wars.
Oh yeah, I guess we can.
Yeah. All right.
Plenty. So,
Good.
okay. I'm an OG fan.
Like original trilogy.
Like Couture.
Like KOTOR.
Yeah.
Okay, dope. I love KOTOR. You've heard the remakes are still on.
Are they actually on? I thought we were, thought they indefinitely paused that.
No. Okay, hang on. Let me, this was like super recent. Like, I'm talking like a day or two ago. Let's see.
Oh, well, thank you, Daniel.
Well, not your stream, our stream. Soviet anthem intensifying. KOTOR remake like a week ago. Okay.
Okay. Hold on.
Yeah. There's not been much news directly about the game recently. Work on Star Wars KOTOR remake is presumed to be ongoing. That said, since we know... No, and I thought I saw them come out and, like, say something recently. Because they did.
No, I thought it was one of those things that was like indefinitely paused because Disney can't. Because Revan is so complicated, and I'm not saying just as a character, but because you can play as both a guy or a girl.
Yeah, that's
and
true.
Even though canon in the book, Revan's a dude and ends up with Bastila, but honestly, playing as a woman, Revan, and then ending up with Karth actually kind of fits better. Because Bastila, being a Jedi, ending up marrying Revan just feels off at the time because it's 2,000 years before A New Hope. So it's like they still had like the super formal Jedi rules, supposedly.
Right.
Granted, I haven't watched The Mandalorian all the way. I haven't watched any of the new series. I've watched Obi-Wan, and that's pretty much it. I had never watched Clone Wars, the animated series. The animation kind of bothers me, so I haven't been able to get past.
Wars. I do love Clone Wars.
I want to so bad because I know the story's so good. I haven't watched the show Ahsoka.
Ahsoka's really
So I'm
good
like,
too.
I'm such a jerk.
Well, you'd actually need to watch Clone Wars and then Rebels before you watch Ahsoka. If you really want to get the full force of it, yeah.
I can't get over that. There's a certain level of certain 2D, 3D animation mix of like the mid to late 2000s that I cannot stand.
Not a fan, huh?
Yeah, and I just can't get past that.
It took me a while before I watched it. Like, I didn't watch it when it was on. Yeah, Daniel says you're missing out. Clone Wars was amazing. He was hosting a debate between these two fools, and one of them called him Tiny, and he was like, "Did you just call me Tiny?" Yeah, but was he being a dick about it, or was he saying it lovingly, Candy? Yeah, like, I got it. Like, it took me a while to watch them as well, because I didn't really want to watch the animated stuff. But, like, when I finally did, and it takes a second to, like, take off, but when I finally did, it was worth it, especially towards the end. The last few seasons of Clone Wars are unbelievable, and I have a version of of Revenge of the Sith that has the last few episodes of Clone Wars spliced in as it happens.
Ooh.
It's so good.
Sounds
it's like
good.
4.5 hours long. It's like an extended cut, like director's cut version, basically, if they were to make one with all the story in between.
That would be amazing.
Yeah. So it was like, actually, I guess someone reshared it recently, but it was like a year ago when they said they were still working on it.
Yeah, I saw that too, but
Yeah.
something happened. I can't remember what happened. It was something to do with Disney. And basically what happened was there was this unidentified project or unspecified Star Wars project that got like indefinitely postponed. And my gut told me it was KOTOR or Old Republic. Because
That's
you can't
sad.
have because if you have Revan like non-gender specific, like they look both guy and girl, like you can't really specify either between. It's therefore woke.
Right. They have to wait now.
Well, not just because of the EOs, but because Disney is so, it rides the line between like trying to appease the rainbow community and then also completely negating the rainbow community.
Yeah, but I don't understand why. They've lost it. They've lost that audience. Why not just fucking lean into it?
Lost the rainbow community?
No, they've lost the anti-woke brigade.
No, because so trad wives, right? So you know about trad wives?
Of course.
Okay, so trad wives are inherently right leaning because whatever. Christianity and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Trad wives most of the Venn diagram of trad wives and Disney adults is like weirdly almost a circle.
God, that feels weird.
So yeah, it's weird. It's weird, but that's what it is. So you're
Because I
raised.
feel like so many Disney adults are like weirdly kinky.
Okay, so that proves my point. So, stay with me here. So
Okay.
you're raised, princess meets a prince, you kiss him, everything's better, right? So that's
Sure,
kind of like
sure.
the basics of it. Trad wives get their husband, all of a sudden their family and everything else. That's what their life is supposed to be. So they feel like they're a Disney princess.
Mm-hmm.
So they grew up with the Disney princess stuff. They kind of embody it. They feel like they embody it. Meanwhile, they're kinky as fuck inside. I don't know.
Okay.
It's like they're not allowed to have any other
Repressed
desires
shit,
other
yeah.
than yeah. So it's pretty much like that.
Okay. Weird, man. Weird.
You can go deeper into
adults
it.
are
Just
fucking weird, man. It's like a whole thing.
okay,
You
thanks.
said what?
I said I could go deeper into it. Like I can do a deeper dive into it if I can get some background. I just have to put stuff together, but I can actually like somewhat prove this. It's gonna be like prove, but like more situational prove than anything else.
This is not like a topic that I've delved.
It's not gonna be a deep dive of science.
Go for it, because like we don't have to do it now. We could do it we could do it next time or something. But like I've not really looked too far into like the whole Disney adult thing. Did you just say thanks when I said Disney adults are kind of fucking weird? Are you a Disney adult? Was I just mean?
No, you weren't mean. I was joking.
Okay.
Because
you seem pretty well put together.
Thanks. I used to be a Disney adult. I think from like so I was raised extremely Christian, and it's my own fault. It's my own fault. I indoctrinated myself because where I grew up, there was nothing to do but go to church.
Okay.
Like there was nothing else in my city that had like not an after school program, but like something to do during the week at night as a teenager that wasn't church.
Wow.
Other than that, and this was like what 2008, so it was.
Boy.
The internet was still a thing, but it was still the Wild West.
It's not even close to what it was now.
Yeah, like we didn't have Discord, we didn't have Skype, we didn't have we didn't have any of this stuff. So
we
it was
had
like
MSN, AIM, and early Facebook.
Had that, but the amount of times that I've talked to a grown ass man as a 13, 12, 11-year-old. Yeah, I don't want to count the many times I've accidentally ran into that. Yikes. So we had like illegal. That was it. So yeah, that's all you had was church. I had sports, I had my arts, I had, the other things, but there wasn't anything to do at night. There was nothing to do on the weekends but church. So I indoctrinated myself. Like that was it. Like, okay, I'll go to church. What you had. So I indoctrinated myself. And so I was raised very, very, very Christian. And then I was also, Disney was super, super fun at the time. Disney was super, super great, and everyone that I knew loved Disney at the time. This was before like anything bad about Disney ever came out.
Sure.
The only bad thing that was around was that Walt Disney froze his head underneath Pirates of the Caribbean.
And that he was probably an anti-Semite.
Yeah, and that he was an anti-Semite, but that was even hidden. I didn't find that out until I was in high school.
Oh, I knew that. I mean, I'm from a Jewish family. I knew that shit real early.
And that's the crazy thing, because my best friend was Jewish, so I'm like, why didn't I pick that up? I have no idea why I didn't pick that up.
They just I went to her like it's not something like I talked about a lot or anything, right? It was just something I kind of knew.
But the way that certain sermons were made, and it's not just my church that I went to, because I went to multiple when I was growing up, but a lot of sermons when it came to like women's purity was referenced to Disney princess and princesses, mostly princesses, because guys can do whatever the fuck they want.
Of course.
Um,
There's no standard like a
why do
double
you
standard.
not? But so you kind of have this. You end up like with a complex that, and it makes you feel like identify as a specific Disney princess.
Oh, what was your Disney princess?
Kida from Atlantis.
Okay. Unique choice. Not a
Although
common
she's not
choice.
Actually, more common than you think. I ended up being part of the rainbow community, so it's actually more common than you think. And then there's that divide of like you end up being a trad wife or you end up being a part of the rainbow community, and that's where the divide ends up.
Huh. Let me think. I know a few people that ended up kind of going that way, but I feel like I know a bunch of people who just ended up being like totally standard cis het, but not too crazy. Like just sort of normal people. Like I know a few people who ended up like that who were from pretty religious families.
Them.
What'd you say?
It's like good for them. I'm happy for them.
Yeah.
They're the outliers.
Yeah, I guess so. I did live. I kind of grew up in an outliery kind of way though, so that would kind of make sense.
Yeah, I'd love to deep dive and explain why trad wives trad wives that end up being Disney adults are actually the kinkiest of all. Especially I can't remember what their podcast was. I never watched them, but there was like two girls who like screamed about purity and then like constantly talked about their husbands and like their sex lives. Can't remember who they are. I have to go looking.
Yeah, I mean that paradigm. Go ahead, sorry.
Their husbands ended up going to like gay camps. Both of their husbands ended up going to gay camps.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, that seems to be a pretty common paradigm, though, of like the projection, right? That's something we see pretty often. Right?
Way more than you think.
Yeah.
But we can also talk about closeted men.
Yeah. I mean,
Big
like
pointed.
that's kind of what I mean, right? Like the projection. Like, you know, they constantly talk about how terrible it is for like people to be gay or whatever it is. But really it turns out they're just projecting, right?
Or they're behemoth, that's the word? Extreme hatred of women.
Oh, vehement. Yeah.
There's a level of like extreme hatred of women, like just totally disgusted with women. And then them ending up being gay.
Well,
or coming out as gay.
You and I were talking about sort of like incel people, because I guess you said you used to hang around with some of them when you were younger.
Oh yeah, still in the circles. Only for morbid curiosity.
No, I
and
get
I like
it.
to know what they're talking about.
Yeah.
Because then it gives me a better perspective of what the right wing is trying to say and what they're pushing.
Yeah, this is why I watch Fox News.
I have no choice but to watch it. It's everywhere. Right.
Really? You still live in a pretty red area?
I'm in the valley. I'm in an incredibly red area. I used to live down near you.
Oh, so which valley? Because when you say the valley to me,
not San Bernardino. I mean the California Valley.
Oh, San Bernardino. Okay, because when you say the valley to me,
not that one.
Yeah, I hear San Fernando, right?
Not San Fernando. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Either one.
Okay.
Fresno.
Well, you're not too far from here. You're like on the other side of LA, right?
No, the other one. I'm near Fresno.
Oh. Okay, cool. Yeah. Okay. So like up north. Okay, yeah. Fresno, yeah, that's like Republican California territory.
That is Republican, and man. But I will. Okay, there are some people who are saying that Trump flags like suddenly went away after the election. As someone who like drove by so many lifted trucks with like 13 Trump flags, and I wish I was joking about that number, but I'm not. They're suddenly gone.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, California Republicans are going to be a little bit different from like Deep South Republicans. No?
So California Republican. Okay, so there's two different versions of California Republicans.
Okay.
There's California Republicans, the rich fucks, like
Right,
Orange
like
County.
Orange County, where Daniel lives.
Oh, Daniel.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yep.
Okay. And then there's the Fresno-ish, like the is it, are we a Desert Bowl?
Yeah,
over
like
here?
Chico, right?
Dust Bowl? Yeah. There's like the Chico Republicans who like pretend that their country so hard. Like they just they take all the amenities of being in a blue state, like the blue state aside from New York,
Right.
but then they pretend that they're country. Like they wear like fake cowboy boots and their cowboy hats, and
Oh,
they don't have a speck of dirt on them. Like they're not broken in at all. Like you can tell that these guys are
Jesus.
not cowboy at all. And the girls are, well, let's just say well, you're not a dude, but 2013 mason jar aesthetic has never left them. I'm pretty sure nobody gets that reference.
I don't really get that reference. What does
I
that
hope
mean?
Candy does.
Explain it to me.
So in 2013, there was this big Pinterest aesthetic that was really cute, and it's with mason jars, and he
Okay.
put little like lacy frills alongside of it. Mason jars were in every wedding. You would wear cowboy boots under your dress.
Oh goodness.
It was this huge. Oh God, what's it called? But it's this.
Fad?
It's a fad, but there was this fabric that like is straw and lacy at the same time.
Oh.
And it's that everywhere, and I'm like, ew. Even in 2013, I hated it.
Yikes.
Yeah,
let's see. In
and
2013,
they never left that aesthetic.
in 2013, I was living in LA. I had only been here for like a year. Before that, I was in New York for a year. And before that, I was in college in South Carolina.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I do know the South.
Hey, you know the real South.
Yeah, I went to the College of Charleston.
I don't know if you've ever seen a fake Southerner.
I don't know, maybe, probably.
The people in the valley up here are. Let's just say, okay, so the way that some kids idolize rappers and like gangster kind of shit,
Sure.
like that like vibe, is the same way that people up here idolize country.
Interesting. Okay. Okay, yeah. Because, like, yeah, people in South Carolina, like, rednecks in South Carolina, if you were a redneck, you were a redneck. But, like, nobody was really trying to pretend to be a redneck. They were just like, if you're not a redneck, you're not a redneck. If you are a redneck, you are a redneck. Right? Like, they'd go, like, mudding and, like, doing all kinds of redneck shit, and that's just how it was.
Now, the idea of mudding over here is going to the lake and driving off road.
Okay, that's not mudding.
Yeah, I know. That's the idea of mudding. Like, I'm not joking. Like, that's here. It's rich. I wouldn't say rich because people aren't here aren't rich at all. They pretend they are.
Middle
but then they
class spending
also
outside of their means.
cosplay. Yeah, and they also cosplay as their country. But and again, we're surrounded by farms. But the most people who work these farms are immigrants.
Right, of course.
So it's like, okay, the fancy people might own the farms, but they don't work the farms. And okay, I say that, and I know personally that there are some people who actually work their own farms.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some. There's always gonna be some.
Yeah, I come from a farmer. But
What did you say?
I come from a line of farmers.
Oh, okay, cool. Awesome.
So,
Did you grow up working the farm?
no, I did not. Like I said, a line. It was my grandfather.
Oh, okay.
Wasn't me.
Gotcha.
No, I was very privileged. All I did was go to school, play my sports, play in my arts, and try and fail and go to college. Well, fail out of college.
A lot of people.
As
do that.
Working full time sucks.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, America is a very diverse place with a lot of people, a lot of different types of people. You went through the path that you went through. And look where you are now.
Oh yeah. No, I'm sorry. Was it being down? I was just discussing.
I don't know. I guess it's just my natural instinct to try to build people up. I don't know.
Okay. So if we were to remake Couture as a show, let's pretend it's a show because it won't fit. All of it won't fit into a movie.
Sure.
What would you want to see?
Like characters, like what?
Like what would you want to see in the story? What characters have to have?
Yeah, the most
Granted,
important.
Couture the game is pretty bare.
To me would be like, you know, ensuring you got, like, I'm assuming we're gonna go through 1 and 2, right?
I hope so. I was just assuming 1. I'd love to go through 2, especially if we do the extended one that was modded with all the HK-47 backstory.
I think for me, the Sith in 2 are some of the most interesting characters.
Just now, are you talking the race of the Sith, or
no,
I'm getting that kind of mixed?
Like Nihilus and like those guys.
Yes, I would love if they extended on them. Because I just replayed 2 for the first time in years, all the way through, and I wish they extended more because I felt so.
They're so interesting, and they're like enigmatic.
Yes.
That's what I would want to see. Like really getting into them. Oh, in fact, Filoni wanted to add the Yuuzhan Vong, but Lucas said nope. Oh man, that sucks. I wanted to see Yuuzhan Vong. That's what I was hoping the new thing would be. I was hoping it would be the Yuuzhan Vong. But whatever. I guess we lose that.
So there was the rumor that Lucas was coming back because he was pissed off at the last trilogy.
I highly doubt that's gonna happen. I would be very surprised. But if he does, that'd be awesome. But like he seems to like have like, you know, wiped his hands of it and been like, nah, I don't want to do this anymore. I got my payday.
Yeah, when he sold it, I'm pretty sure he wiped his hands of it, but I can understand why. Well, he didn't even like Star Wars to begin with. He didn't want Star Wars to be like this grand old thing. He wanted us to be this. Like this grand.
Yeah.
So,
I mean,
Star Wars was supposed to be a side project.
Yep, and then it became one of the biggest franchises in the history of all of film.
Yeah.
He's just kind of stuck with it. What are you gonna do? And you know what?
Your payday.
I love it. I love Star Wars.
I respect him for it.
Mm-hmm.
No, I respect him for washing his hands of it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is it's bigger than him.
Definitely at this point. Well,
yeah.
back when he sold it 10 years ago.
Yeah. I still think even then it became bigger than him.
When it became transgenerational, like the fact that my dad and I could bond over the same movies, and there were
Yeah.
new movies coming out from me in the same trilogy or in the same story, it was. And then, like, assuming I had kids, because I would be having kids. I am having kids age. Um,
Yeah, that's something I always want to like. If when I have kids, that's an important thing to me.
there was like the new generation for
Yeah.
7, 8, and 9.
But like for me and my dad, we never really. He was never that big of a Star Wars guy. We didn't bond over that. It was Star Trek for us.
Ooh, okay, you guys. It looks like Daniel and Candy know way more about Star Trek than I do, because I know very little, and I wish I knew more because my dad was a huge Trekkie, and I want to get into sports. I
First of
respect the
all,
full of Star Trek.
in today's day and age, Trekkie is sort of derogatory. We prefer to go with
Oh,
Trekker.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, it's Trekker now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm being a little facetious, but yeah, most of us do say Trekker. Yeah.
Okay, Trekker. I will tell my dad that.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, like I've watched all of Trek at least 5 times, probably more. Yes, it is, Candy. Just because you don't know as much as I do doesn't mean you get to say it's not derogatory. You didn't even spell it right.
That's IE.
Yeah, and it's 2 Ks. TREKKIE.
It's 2
KKIE. Yeah. Yes, it is. Now you're just arguing to argue. Now you're just arguing to argue.
You know what, Candy? I actually agree with you. Count Dooku went to the dark side because there's too much bureaucracy.
Boom. Trekkie is a more common term, while Trekker is sometimes used to avoid the perceived negative connotations associated with Trekkie.
I didn't know there was negative connotation.
There isn't really. But some people used to do it as like, oh, you crazy. I mean, it's not as much a negative connotation now because, you know, being a super fan nerd of stuff doesn't carry the same sort of, you know, stigma that it used to. Right? Like when we were growing up.
Being a nerd is now a cool thing.
Yeah.
Especially with Marvel and Star Wars being huge.
Exactly. Yeah. But when we were growing up, I mean, I'm assuming you're around my age at least.
30.
Based on our conversation. What did you say?
30.
Okay, yeah, I'm 34. So yeah, when we were growing up, it was like that. It was like if you were too into stuff, like God forbid you said you liked Pokemon, for example.
I mean, as someone who was the only girl in the Star Wars club, yes.
Yeah. So yeah, like so back then, being a nerd about shit, it was a thing, and now it's not so bad. It's some people take offense over dumb shit. Okay. The Trek fans go by both. I prefer Trekker, but I'm okay with Trekkie. Doesn't matter. Trekkie, original and more widely used term for a Star Trek fan. Some perceive it as a slightly derogatory or even diminutive term, especially when used by non-fans. The term Trekkie can be used to describe a fan who is seen as overly enthusiastic or obsessive. Trekker is an alternative term used by some fans who prefer to avoid the negative connotations associated with Trekkie. Some fans use Trekker to convey they're a more rational or serious fan. Leonard Nimoy, who played Spock in Star Trek, advocated for the use of Trekker over Trekkie.
Well, now I have to use Trekker.
Right? Because Leonard said it. Spock said it. Anyway, yeah, I'm a hardcore fan. I have, like, debated the politics of Star Trek. I don't know how much you know about how deep the universe really goes.
Well, can I ask a question before we go that far? So I can't remember if I watched a thing or I read a thing, but somewhere it said that Star Trek was actually made for housewives because they were the ones who were around when Star Trek, like at home with the TV on,
I
when Star Trek
honestly,
was airing.
I have not heard that. I honestly don't know. Let me look it up.
It might have just been like some random thing I saw on TikTok years ago, but it kind of just stuck with me.
No.
Well,
Looks
fine.
like a no. One of the things, one of the things that is true though is that Lucille Ball was like a huge reason why it actually went on screen and on TV in the first place, and maybe that might have had something to do with that thought.
That I could find correlation for that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. Well, Lucille Ball advocated for way more, like so many things, because of her power and influence that she had as Lucille Ball.
Well, I mean, this is like a famous story among like Trekkers, is that she was like the reason it didn't die. So she played a crucial role in the creation of Star Trek, as she was the majority owner of Desilu Productions, the company that produced the show, and she championed the series, even advocating for a second pilot after the first was rejected. So yeah, Trek fans are very thankful to Lucille.
I think Lucille Ball advocated for more than just that, but I could be I could be mistaking her for Betty White. I think
I'm
Betty
sure
White
they both did. Oh, relax, Candy. Not everybody has to see it the same way you do. You're calling Leonard Nimoy a snob, Candy? Leonard Nimoy's a snob now? Okay.
We can't speak ill of the dead.
It's Spock. It's not just the dead, it's Spock.
Yeah. Oh, how'd you like the remake movies?
I really enjoyed them. They were a lot of fun. They're not classic Star Trek, but they are fun for what they are, and they introduced a lot of people to Star Trek who otherwise never would have been.
Like me.
If Leonard Nimoy thinks Trekkie is you
a lot of Star Trek who otherwise never would have been. I can hear myself. What are you doing?
If Leonard Nimoy thinks Trekkie is
can you mute the stream real quick, please?
Bad. What?
Yeah, we can hear the stream in the background.
Sorry.
Yeah.
If Leonard Nimoy thinks that Trekkie is what? What's Trekkie?
That Trekkie. Now, keep in mind, it's different now. It's not that big of a deal now. But
it should never been a big deal. What's the big deal between being called? Oh, because I'm not serious. You're not being serious enough. A true Trekker is called, Star Trek fan is called a Trekker. That's a snob. That's a snob term.
Yeah, I was being a little facetious. I literally said that. I was being a little facetious.
We were just talking semantics.
Yeah.
Yeah, Trekkie is fine. There's nothing wrong with the term Trekkie.
No, nowadays it's not that bad. But the reason why Leonard Nimoy advocated for people to be called Trekkers instead of Trekkies is that, like, back in the 70s, 80s and stuff, it was sometimes used derogatorily. It's not really so much anymore.
In what way? Wait, that you were a fan of Star Wars, so what? How is that a derogatory term?
Because they would say people were like obsessed or like overly into it and like didn't have their
regular.
I think you're being a little obstinate right now, Candy. I don't think it's too hard to understand what I'm saying.
Just saying, what's wrong with being
Trekkie was not
do you think the term Trekker means that you're less obsessed about it?
Because Trekkie back in the day, years, decades ago, was used as a derogatory term.
Yeah, it was used as an insult.
Well, so how is that an insult?
I just explained it a couple times.
Back in the day, it was a negative thing because back in the day, being a nerd was a bad thing.
Okay, so let me read this again. Both Trekkie and Trekker refer to fans of the Star Trek franchise, but Trekkie is the more common term, while Trekker is sometimes used to avoid the perceived negative connotations associated with Trekkie. Trekkie is the original and more widely used term for a Star Trek fan. Some perceive it as a slightly derogatory or even diminutive term, especially when used by non-fans. The term Trekkie can be used to describe a fan who is seen as overly enthusiastic or obsessive. Trekker is an alternative term used by some fans who prefer to avoid the negative connotations associated with Trekkie. Some fans use Trekker to convey that they are a more rational or serious fan. Leonard Nimoy, who played Spock in Star Trek, advocated for the use of Trekker over Trekkie.
Okay. It's so stupid. The
I
whole
don't
thing
think
is
it's
so dumb.
stupid.
You're
It's
thinking in
absolutely
2025
dumb.
terms. You're thinking in 2025 terms. You have to think back into the 70s and 80s terms.
It doesn't matter. It's
Yes,
oh,
it matters.
I'm more
It doesn't matter
serious.
to
Well, I'm not a
you.
Trekkie
It
because
doesn't
I'm more
matter to
serious about it.
you.
It's dumb. The whole thing is dumb.
That's rude.
It's dumb.
That's rude.
I'm a Trekker because I'm more serious about
you
it.
don't like it.
Doesn't
You don't
make
like
you
it.
less
Well,
of a
hang on.
Trekkie.
Hang
You
on. Hang
still
on. You
like
don't
the
like
same
it, so
shit.
it's dumb. Yeah? You know what you sound like? You sound like somebody who's arguing trans issues.
Ooh. We can get into it here. Let's go.
What if I want to identify as a Trekker?
It's dumb.
I think I've made
I'm
my
not.
point.
I'm saying that the fact that people find it like offensive or derogatory term, it's stupid.
It was.
That's it.
It was. It was stupid.
He's talking about the history.
I know what he's talking about. I'm just saying, like, the fact that people just kind of had to create a different word because this word is less meaningful than this word, it's stupid because it means the same fucking thing.
I think it shouldn't bother you. I think you should call people what they want to be called. And if that's how they feel about it, you should respect that.
Please.
I don't think that's unfair to say.
All it took was for Jordan to
It's
tell
like
me.
that. I'm so delicate. I need to call this.
All it did was take Jordan, and you heard the stream. All it took was Jordan to tell me, "Hey, I like Trekker." I was like, "Oh shit, okay, cool, Trekker it is."
It's like when somebody says, "That's not my
It's
pronoun."
like when somebody says,
This is not my
this
Star Trek pronoun. That's not how
That's
I
because-
identify,
no, it's not that.
Candy.
When it comes to this, you're saying that this term is offensive versus this term.
I'm
which
saying
means
it used to
exactly
be.
the
I
same
literally said, I must have said it like 4 or 5 times that it's not
It's
so
literally
much
the
anymore.
history.
Yeah,
It's
like
literally the history of the word.
Yeah, I must have said at least 4 or 5 times that not so much anymore,
But
but
you
it used to be.
corrected her and said, "Oh, I would prefer to be
Yeah,
called
but I was
Trekker."
being kind of tongue in cheek.
But
I
still
prefer.
an offensive
Yeah,
to
because
you.
I prefer
You Trekkie.
Trekker. Because I prefer Trekker, and so I was saying in
You
sort of a
gotta
tongue-in-cheek way.
understand
Oh, it's kind of.
the-
Excuse me. Let me finish. I was saying kind of in a tongue-in-cheek way that I prefer Trekker, and that it's kind of derogatory. But I was kind of joking, and I said that. Okay, and that's true, Daniel. You're right. I do identify as a little gup. It's like it's not that big a deal. It's not that big a deal. I don't know why it upsets you so much.
I'm just saying, like, it's dumb.
It's not dumb. Back during a
A whole
time.
conversation over something that means exactly the same
No,
thing.
but you
because
understand.
at one time in history, this word which means exactly the same thing as
My
this
goodness,
word.
are you triggered by pronouns?
Excuse me?
Are you triggered by pronouns?
No.
So then why do you care?
Sounds like you're pretty pronoun.
Because we're not talking about, you're talking about something in the past that was derogatory. That the pronouns didn't exist way back when, right?
Okay, we're gonna start talking about slurs that were used more in the past that people don't really say so
You,
much
I was
anymore.
waiting for that. I
Yeah,
was
but
waiting for that.
there's certain slurs that are offensive. Trekkie and Trekker is the same shit.
Don't you think the offensiveness should be decided by the person who's being offended by it rather than the person who's saying it?
Really? Trekkie
Yeah,
as an offensive word?
really.
You're gonna go there? You gonna go there? Really?
No, it's not. I'm not
Well, you're the
saying
one
it's a
bringing it
fucking
to me.
slur. It's the idea of it. It's like, it's weird that you have this much of a problem with it. Like, why not be like, okay, some people want to be called Trekker. I don't want to be called that. Instead of like, that's fucking dumb.
It is dumb. It's fun.
To you, it is. You know, there were people like in the 70s and 80s who got fucking bullied for being Star Trek fans. And they were called Trekkie by their bullies. And they didn't want to be called that anymore.
Because
And
Trekker
that's where
is
this
just
term
metal.
came from. That's where this term
Trekkie.
came
It's
from.
the same shit, just said with different letters at the end.
Okay, so
you.
let's say they
Who
were
you?
using that.
Who
People
you?
were saying that and they were getting bullied. Oh, it's the same shit. Don't use a different word even though you're getting bullied by it because it's the same shit. That's what you would say?
It's the same meaning.
Can
It's
you
the
answer my
same
question?
shit.
Can you answer my question, Candy?
I'm saying, like, it's the same shit.
I'm asking you to answer the question, not to just say what you're saying. If someone was getting bullied and they wanted to be by that word and they wanted to use a different word because they're not getting bullied by this different word, would you tell them it's the same shit, use the same word?
I would, you know what I would tell them? To build a bridge and get over it.
Pull themselves up by their bootstraps, maybe?
Build a bridge and get over it. It's not offensive to be a Trekkie, and it's not offensive to be a Trekker either. It's the same thing. It's
this
just
is the same
people
thing
make
like
too
people
much.
who go
I
through
think
shit.
that people sometimes make too much of one thing.
I get that, but this is not that big of a fucking deal. It's a different fucking name, and they're just like, call me this. And you're like, oh, get over it. That's dumb. What if somebody came to you the other day and they were like, I don't want to be called this name anymore because I don't identify as this person, I identify as this different person. You say, build a bridge and get over it. It's literally the same concept. And it's not that serious. It's even less serious. It's less serious by like orders of magnitude.
Exactly my point. So why even bring it up?
If
it's
brought it up,
okay.
we got over it. You're the one who brought it up again.
No. He was the one that corrected you when you said about Trekker and Trekkie.
You know
whatever.
what? I accepted it and I said, hey, okay, cool.
I understand that, but my thought process was like, why are you like correcting her on that? It's not like it's a big deal.
Because it doesn't matter to me.
It
Because it doesn't matter to me. I'm not the fan of Star Trek. He's the fan of Star Trek.
And I said it kind of jokingly too. Like it wasn't even that big of a deal.
And so we went through the history of it and we were like, oh, cool. Oh, Leonard Nimoy said it? Okay, then absolutely I'll respect it. Jokingly. I mean, I'm not going to joke to the dead, but still.
It's not that serious a thing. But like, I prefer Trekker personally, but if someone called me a Trekkie, I'm not like gonna get upset about it.
And it's not like I called it, and it's not like I say like, oh, you Trekkie, derogatory. I was just saying, oh, I'm not a Trekkie like my dad. I didn't mean it negatively. I just was like, that's the only term I knew. Like, I didn't know Oriental was a bad thing to call someone until I was told. Like, that's just the way that I was.
That's way worse than this.
I didn't know. I didn't know until I was like 21. And my friend was like, hey, you can't say that anymore. It's bad. You got to call them Asian. I was like, oh, shit. Okay, cool. Asian.
But, like, the idea that it just bothers you so much is weird to me. I don't understand. Like, some people like to be called Trekker instead of Trekkie. It's not a big deal. I prefer that, but I'm not going to be like, oh, I'm so offended if someone called me Trekkie. If it was like back in the day when people were like getting fucking bullied by it, it might be different, right? That's where it came from. It doesn't really happen now. But I don't know. I still prefer it because maybe personally I'm just like, I don't want to get, I don't want to get roped in with all the other people. I want to be my own thing because I'm a unique little fucking butterfly like that. It's just not that big a deal, Cam.
Word.
That's it.
being corrected is one thing. Like, hey, I prefer this, or hey, this is the correct thing. If you're talking like, oh, he talked over me, even though I was right, then you might stand a chance. But he didn't. I was ignorant, I guess, is the best way to put it.
Sure.
I was in the wrong there.
And, like, there are probably some people you'll talk to, like Candy, who are fine being called a Trekkie. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. That's probably going to be most people, right? Most people don't even know about this word. Most people don't even know.
I'm going to talk to my dad tomorrow. I'm going to call him tomorrow and ask him if he's ever heard about Trekker.
He might have no idea.
He won't.
Yeah.
We're going to have a nice discussion about it.
Yeah. It's like not that big of a thing nowadays, right? But like it's also not that big of a thing. I don't know why we have to get so worked up about it.
Because it's fun.
Yeah. It is fun to argue. Oh boy.
Okay, fine. If we were supposed to have a gendered Revan, would you want a guy Revan or a girl Revan?
Can't we just have like an androgynous Revan?
Yeah, I'd love to have that's the word I was looking for earlier. I would love to have an androgynous Revan, but Disney probably won't do it. If Disney's going to do it now, Disney's not going to have an androgynous Revan. So, guy or girl. It's probably going to be a guy, but...
It's probably going to be a guy, yeah.
Yeah, but... having a
this
girl
is dumb,
Revan
but like, as a guy, I always imagined like canon Revan was a guy because I'm a guy, right? And that's just...
Yeah, and I always played Revan as a girl because I was a girl. So it's like, okay.
I will say this though, most of the time nowadays, it's sort of split in the fan base. Like if you're a Cubs fan or a White Sox fan, yeah, like Mets or Yankees. Go ahead, Casper.
Oh yeah, I can see that. I just don't know sports all that well. I kind of don't get the analogy. But,
Cubs and White Sox are baseball teams from Chicago. Mets and Yankees are baseball teams from New York.
Oh, okay, cool.
Obviously, White Sox fans are wrong. You know which fans are wrong, Daniel? Bears fans.
49ers.
Sorry.
49ers. That's the only incorrect team in my life.
Sorry, that's incorrect.
That is the only correct term. I don't care what team you root for, just not the 49ers.
Did you say just not the 49ers?
Correct.
Oh, no, that is correct.
Okay.
That's my least favorite team in the NFL.
There we go. Now we're best friends.
Yeah, I'm a Rams fan. Born and raised Rams fan.
That is perfectly valid and absolutely... I'm high-fiving you in the air right now.
I love it. I love it. Yeah, Die Hard. When they came back to LA, we went to every single home game in the Coliseum. I love them. They've been my team my whole life. All the years through St. Louis, I used to wear Marshall Faulk jersey to every single game. I love the Rams.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
I know literally nothing about football other than like what a touchdown is. And my dad's was a football coach. So
Marshall Faulk played for the St. Louis Rams in between their time in LA. Yeah.
Obviously, Sox fans are wrong. Okay, good to know. I'll add that to my very little sports knowledge that I have.
You said who was your dad's team?
Raiders. So I can't.
Okay.
I can't not be.
Yeah, I hear you. Rams and just for context, Rams and Niners have been division rivals since the 1940s.
Yes.
Yeah. So
it's Raiders and then Rams and then
hell yeah.
Anyone else.
Hell yeah.
Other than 49ers.
Not 49ers. I'm with it. I don't have any problems with the Raiders.
Good. Because otherwise we might fight.
No,
on behalf of my
we're
father.
good. We're fine. I have Raiders friends. I don't have any problems with the Raiders. I'm fine with them. Yeah. I don't like the Chargers, though.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That is fair.
They're on our turf.
I'm actually really mad about Raiders moving to Vegas.
Yeah. You got, Oakland lost everybody.
Well, not only that. Okay, so can we talk financial real quick? I wonder how much money Oakland has lost. As a city.
Lot.
Because...
But it was already really poor.
Yeah.
just not
I
great.
just can't imagine having the Raiders move from Oakland to Vegas being a good call for the
So
city
did
of
the
Oakland.
A's. So did the A's.
The A's moved to Anaheim, right?
No, they came back, right? Hang on.
The last time I knew, the A's were in Anaheim, but I might be thinking of A's or Angels baseball. I might be thinking baseball.
The Athletics, West Sacramento, for the 25 to 27 seasons before its planned relocation to Las Vegas.
Okay, yeah. I swore I saw an A's stadium in Anaheim though. Maybe I'm thinking baseball.
They were, I think, or no, isn't that the Angels?
That's why I said I was like it might have been baseball. Like I said,
The
I know
A's are
very.
baseball as well. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking of
So
that.
they were Oakland from 68 to 24, and now they're just the Athletics, and they're playing in Sacramento until they move to Las Vegas.
Oh, Sacramento gets all the money in California.
Well,
Northern California.
No, it's Trekkies. I should know. I invented the thing, Roddenberry. He was dead by the time Trekker was really taking off. Like, Trekker started to become really a thing during TNG. And he died in, like, the middle of TNG.
The Next Generation. For those of us who don't know anything about Star Trek.
Yes. True. Let's see. Yeah. I mean, this is another example of, like, he called them Trekkies, Nimoy called them Trekkers. It's bigger than him. It's a franchise that's way bigger than he is. What do you mean? What are you saying?
I am not saying anything.
My ads are my ads. It has nothing to do with anything.
I'm just saying you can tell a lot about a person when they look up something on the internet and their ads pop up on the ribbon. Thing.
Can you?
Yeah. Remember when Tiny went on some like Wikipedia article and his ads came up and everyone was trying to guess in chat if they were butt plugs or not, and they were actually just like stands for some like.
Yeah, but I don't do like any of that kind of stuff on this computer.
It may not be that. It might just be targeted ads via whatever else you're into. I'm not talking about that. I was not mentioning that.
Okay.
Okay, here, go.
All right, I'm moving this off the screen right now because now I'm worried.
Okay, here, I'll just DM you.
Elf ladies. What? Oh, now I have to find it. What was the page?
It was that one Star Trek link you clicked on.
Okay.
So it's at the bottom, you have like an ad banner.
Are you sure it's not just the website? Let me see.
I promise you, with like the literal $5 that I have in my bank account, that if I pulled up the exact same website, my ads would be different.
Was it this one?
Yeah, it was that. Okay, so at the bottom it says we value your privacy. It's that ribbon that doesn't go away.
This right here?
Yeah. Okay, so right here we no, we value your privacy right
Okay.
above.
Okay.
Okay. But when you went to that, don't click anything. When you went to this website earlier, we saw some ads. So down below it says visit a store near you, Sprouts Farm. Well, we value your privacy wasn't there before. It was just the ads.
Okay.
And that's what I thought.
Let's take a look. We're refreshing. Now it's Etsy. And it's ladies' clothes.
Okay.
Yeah. And it's Temu. And it's a bunch of random shit. And it's Temu again. And a bunch of random shit. I don't really go on these apps, so I don't know. I don't know how targeted it is. I'll be honest with you.
It's pretty targeted. It's pretty targeted, and it means that it looks at your like shop history if you bought anything online. It looks at I assume you don't have Facebook anymore, but if you have Facebook, it connects to that. Whatever you've searched on Facebook, anything that you use this browser for to either buy, watch, or even click on, it uses.
So yeah, I don't really do. Like, this is just for streaming and gaming. Like, I don't really do much on this browser.
Well, I'll tell you this. This is the first time I've ever seen that kind of ad. And I don't always use incognito. I don't always use incognito mode.
Okay.
So, and I've never seen that ad. It wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad. It was not.
I just don't know. I don't know where it would be getting that from because I don't like shop on this computer. I don't do like any of that on here. And I certainly don't look for women's clothes.
It might have heard us talking about Spock. It might have heard you talking about Spock.
Sure.
And like kind of assumed.
Perhaps. I don't know. Usually my ads are pretty tame.
If history is a little unhinged, then your ads might be a little unhinged. I found that out the hard way.
Oh. No, my history should be fine.
Well, I mean, like, I long time ago used to be a writer. So when I would search up some things to try and like figure out how things worked, not that kind of writer, not smut. Just kind of figure out how things work. And that's why I know I'm on a fucking list somewhere in the FBI. Hello, agent. That's why I'm like, oh, I researched that like a week ago, and all of a sudden I'm getting fucking ads for that. Why?
Weird. Definitely weird.
Oh, just letting you know. I'm just warning you to look at when you click on browsers and when you click on links, just like immediately.
Yeah. So
minimize
I don't know if you probably wouldn't know this. I actually used to be a software engineer, specifically in web development.
Then
I kind of know like a lot of how this stuff works. Yeah.
I'm not lecturing you. I'm just letting you know what it looks like from.
Yeah. I tend to keep all my shit pretty safe. I don't usually share a lot of cookies. I did because you were pointing out ads, but I do my very best not to give any information at all. So I tend to get very random ass ads.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I didn't know that, so I was just warning you. I was like, that's why I was trying to like DM you. I was like,
Yeah, no, for sure. You're fine. I appreciate the heads up. Yeah.
I was trying to like make it public. I was like, dude, just a heads up.
Yeah, I appreciate that. No, I mean, like,
no judgment.
I got no shame and nothing to hide. So if there's weird ads coming up, I'll comment along with everybody else.
Well, it just reminded me that one time that Destiny was
Mm-hmm.
he was doing something on Wikipedia or some shit, and there was something that was like ended up being like miniature stands, but they looked like butt plugs. So everyone was like,
Oh, I feel like I do remember that. Yeah.
everyone's like, Destiny, what are you into? And I'm like, okay, out of all people, I'm pretty sure Destiny would not use the same browser. But so I
Yeah.
googled the company and I was like, oh, they're just like minis. They're like mini stands. Miniature
Yeah.
stands.
Well, and also like there's like a lot of like, like if you are on Facebook, sometimes you get like weird fucking ads, right? And like sometimes whenever I see the thing and I see the ad, I'm like, no fucking way. So I go to the comments to see if anybody else is laughing about it. That might happen sometimes. Because it's just like,
Oh,
oh my god, this shit came up on our news feed and this looks like another thing.
can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Since you have like software history,
Mm-hmm.
um, so I don't remember how many years ago, maybe one or two, during the TikTok uh court cases
Sure.
against the CEO of TikTok. Did you ever watch those?
No, I don't think I ever watched them. No.
Okay, so one of the people, the judges on the US side, who was interrogating the CEO of TikTok at the time, said like, "Oh, do you use any eye movement?" I'm not going to say this right. I'm so sorry. It's late. Uh
Ocular tracking.
eye move yeah, thank you. Ocular tracking or facial watching, I guess.
Recognition or
Yeah, in order to improve or improve ads or improve engagement or change engagement. And the CEO was like, "What are you talking about?" And that guy who ended up being who asked those questions, because no one had ever heard of that before. The guy who asked those questions ended up having hella stock in Facebook or Meta.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever
Okay.
heard of that?
No, not particularly. To what end exactly are we saying this? Help me understand where you're going with this.
Oh, to improve or to improve engagement. Watch. Okay, so the
Yeah, but
guy
you
the
were
people
talking
who
about
were
TikTok.
no, yeah the
You're
okay, so
yeah.
this is during the whole TikTok is a breach of national security, blah blah
Sure.
blah.
Yep.
So do you guys is the Wi-Fi connected to the Bluetooth? It's that it's that not court case, but it was that
Right.
a video. Um and they were questioning the CEO. So they asked him a bunch of questions, and one of the questions was, "Do you guys use ocular recognition or facial recognition in order to improve engagement or change engagement based in order to change your algorithm?"
Sure.
So the assumption is that Facebook uses your retinal or not retinal, ocular recognition and facial recognition in order to see if an ad either was a good thing or a bad thing and then shows you more of it.
Right.
That's the assumption
Mm-hmm.
of it. That's what came out of it. But that's what they were asking. They were asking if TikTok uses that, and the CEO was like, "What are you talking about?"
Okay, and you're saying that he was lying, is what you're saying?
No, I'm asking if you've ever heard of that because
Oh, have I ever heard of that being used?
yeah.
No. And I do know someone who was a senior dev at TikTok.
So that's why I was just like kind of curious. I was like, okay.
Yeah, I don't think so. I tend to be very skeptical about the certain claims of things listening all the time unless there's like good evidence for it. So I worked at Apple for a number of years, and Apple devices are like really tightly secure. Like we couldn't even get into them without specific steps from the customer to allow us in. I can't really speak to like Facebook, TikTok, or any of these other companies beyond the people that I know. But I definitely feel there's a measure of certain data that is pulled that's not good. But also at the same time, I think people underestimate how smart these algorithms are that can predict what you're going to want or be into, with information that you may not even realize that you're giving them without them looking at like your camera or like listening to you.
Oh, I totally agree with that. Especially TikTok's algorithm. At least the old one, not the new one after January 20th.
You can boo
The
Apple all
algorithm.
you want, Daniel, but the security is top notch and no one else comes close to it, okay? Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, I will, as someone who's very Samsung, as
Uh-huh.
someone who's very Samsung, I will agree with you
Yeah,
on Apple.
yeah. Hey, we use your
Ooh, how'd
screens.
you hack Apple? Tell us more.
Huh?
How did you used to hack Apple? Andy says she used to hack Apple all the time. I want to know how. Because I need to fix my parents' phones, and I don't know Apple anymore. So I would like to fix their
What's
phone.
up with them?
You download the software, and then you take the cable, you plug it in to the computer, and you hack it. It's not. Yeah, it's what?
I think you mean jailbreak. This is jailbreaking. No? Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
What's the difference between jailbreaking and hacking the phone?
Hacking is going to be like an unauthorized entry into the device. Jailbreaking is flashing the firmware and uploading new software on a device that you own, like from your own volition. So that'll allow you to like put third-party stuff on it that normally you wouldn't be able to.
Oh, I used to hack into the phone and download games for free
That's
from Apple Store. Is it?
Yeah, that's jailbreaking.
If you say so.
I've done it on a few devices myself. But like, for example, like if someone were to say like hacking into an iPhone, for example, I would be thinking like getting around like iCloud locks or things like that. Things that you're not supposed to be able to do. Casper, what is it that you needed to do for your parents' phone though? That might be something that Candy can help with. Daniel. Yeah, that sucky native OS works all the fucking time, okay? You need a dick. Casper, you there? Clone Wars is good. It's very, very good. Casper, if you're there, you're muted. Oh, she must be doing something. Wait, what? What do you mean? What are you talking about?
Without it at first. Is that what you're asking? I
Yeah,
don't
what
know
is
what
he
you're
talking
talking.
about?
Did you say something about I don't know.
Well, I was asking
How are
Casper.
you? Wait, hold on. How are you in a farm now?
I'm growing veggies for the sushi.
How could you do the fishing thing? How are you in a farm now?
You gotta grow veggies for your sushi dishes too, okay?
It all what sushi is seaweed, right? And fish.
And fish,
What you
yeah,
need?
but also
Where you need to
veggies.
grow veggies for
There are
sushi?
veggies in sushi. You can have veggies in your sushi.
Really?
Yeah.
Called a veggie roll.
Yeah. Also,
Oh.
like, a lot of bowls have like cucumbers in them, avocados, stuff like that. What's up with your parents' phones?
Hold on 1 second.
Oh,
But you're not growing aguacates.
no, but that was just an example
No me
of a
jodas.
veggie that people use.
Ya estás jodiendo, ¿oíste?
No te estoy jodiendo.
No te jodiendo.
Estás en Nueva York. ¿Cómo te puedo joder?
We're a Spanish channel now.
Sorry.
No. I knew like every other word.
Okay.
Very
So
long.
she's Puerto Rican
Very
and
long plane ride.
she's Puerto Rican and I'm Argentinian, so
Yes,
yeah.
I'm.
No,
Not
it's
that
not.
kind
How long is it? A plane ride to California. How long is it?
Like 5-ish hours.
5-ish.
Yeah.
It's not bad.
From where to where?
From
New
New
York.
York. So yeah, what were you gonna say? Your parents' phones—they're messed up.
Well, they are, but it was because my dad wouldn't upgrade from like an iPhone, I don't know, 5. Not even. I think it was like a 3G.
Jesus.
No, it was just bullshit to get Candy to tell me how to hack iPhones.
Yeah. So
You have
it's just jailbreaking. There's a lot of really cool methods out there, and it'll
Yeah.
let you, like, if you have older iPhones. I don't know about 3G or 3GS. Like, that might be too old at this point, but
Yeah, it was very old.
if you have a former fighter jet pilot flying sometimes less. Well, a big thing is also like the wind direction, because you can get a big boost in flight times from wind direction if you have a tailwind.
You're talking about the plane ride.
Mm-hmm.
If you have a former fighter jet pilot. Do you know a former fighter jet pilot?
Oh,
Me
Candy,
or
I have a
Daniel?
question for you.
Dime usted, mande a otro. What's up?
Sure? No.
Look, he
Where
brought
do you
up.
have your ideas? Sorry,
¿Qué,
go
qué?
ahead.
No. Go ahead.
You said you had your opinions on Nick Fuentes. Tell me more.
Oh no, you don't want to hear that.
Oh,
It's
trust
fine.
me, I have.
They're not like positive. She'll be fine.
I have
No,
my own opinion.
I know. I could tell that you don't like him, but I don't. I've said this before. I don't like no one. Does that? And what I'm saying, does that make sense, Jordan?
She doesn't
You don't like
believe
anyone?
she doesn't believe he's real for real.
I don't think he's
Oh,
real.
he's
I think what he says is an act to get views and get people riled up. There's people
He's a
out there
grifter.
who
Yeah.
kind of, yeah.
But
He's
like a lying
there's
grifter.
people out there who try to get views from people by saying outrageous things. It's like called rage
Nice. Cool, Daniel.
bait. I don't know, rage baiting, what I don't know what it's called. But basically people will flock to his
Yeah, she thinks he's just
site
a
because
like
because he said that, because he's so controversial, and oh my god, he
big
said
old
this,
rage
and you know
baiter.
what I mean.
Yeah.
I honestly, when he talk, the way he talks, when I see him on interviews, it just seems like he's just doing it to be an asshole, to get people riled up.
Yeah. No, I agree with you completely.
Yeah, but I don't.
You
But
don't
I
think
don't
you think
personally
he's
feel
not
any.
real? You don't think he really believes that shit?
Yeah, I don't think he does.
Jesus,
I don't think
what?
he
I'm the
does
only
either.
person then who thinks he
No,
actually
you're
really
not the
believes in
only
that shit?
person. Right, because he's okay. So he says a lot of anti-Semitic stuff, and
Yeah.
Jordan, of course, is Jewish,
Yeah, for
so
my
he
own
takes
fucking
it very personal. Right,
self-preservation, goddammit.
he takes it very personal. Me, I can just take the personal out of, because honestly, I don't. There's no one I hate. I told this to Jordan. I was like, I don't hate anybody because it's a waste. Hate is a wasteful and emotion. Waste your
Agreed.
time
Yeah.
hating people. It, to me, it's wasteful. So I just take it, and then when I observe him, he'll be like in a podcast with somebody, and he'll say something controversial, and the person be like, "Oh no, you can't say that," and he just giggles about it, like he knows he's just being controversial about it.
Oh,
Not
he's
that
being
like
edgy.
yes, yes,
Edgy.
but
Yeah.
but I don't think he really means it. I just think he's just doing it to be an asshole.
I
And
think
he's
he's
a
a grifter.
narcissist. I also think he's a narcissist because he does it
Yes,
to get attention. He does it to get
absolutely.
attention. Look at me, ha ha ha, I'm so controversial. Like that to me is narcissistic.
I don't think it's I don't think it's completely narcissistic, but
Yeah.
he is younger and he's been on the internet forever. Like he's been around the
I
internet forever. So he
I
knows
told
what the
Jordan I told Jordan, don't be surprised if one day Nick Quintez, not necessarily soon or maybe a year or 2 years from now, but later down the line he'll have his come to Jesus moment and be like, "Oh, I didn't really mean those things, whatever," da, 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 and watch.
We'll
Yep,
see.
yep. No, I agree with you completely.
I don't think he
Wherever the
believes
wind
it
blows,
because he knows his ass is Mexican and any real Nazi would never accept him. He's a narcissistic
that's
grifter.
right.
I think he is honestly a fucking Christian nationalist. He knows the point so
He
well.
knows, yeah, but he's not white. He's Nick Quintez. His it's like
Dude,
Kanye saying he's
that's
a
not. I mean, there
Nazi.
are people
My
who.
dude, do you know that in the Nazi regime
It's
you would
not that
not be
crazy to
accepted?
have people who like believe some shit that's against their own interest. That happens all the time.
Oh God, I'm gonna feel like such
Can't
an
argue
asshole.
that.
Jordan,
Mm.
what's a very Jewish last name?
Finkelstein.
Seinfeld,
Okay, Finkelstein.
Finkelstein.
Okay, what if someone was married? Okay, so back in the day, like 30s, what if a woman was married into a Finkelstein, but not Jewish?
What do you mean? That happened.
Like, what if her last name was married? What if her last name was Finkelstein because she was married?
Her husband's name is Finkelstein, so she took her husband's name, but she's not necessarily Jewish. She just has it through marriage.
She then was persecuted as being Jewish.
Okay.
So that's what Candy's saying. Like, okay, Fuentes is, even though he like champions for the alt-right and for the, deportation of all the Mexicans and Hispanics of the country, period. He's still going to be deported because his last name's Fuentes.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I said. I said people believe in things that are against their own interests.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear that.
Yeah.
I didn't hear that. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think
Daniel,
you're
I
right.
did that one
I'm not
just
sorry.
for you.
We all
I
agree.
did that one just for you, Daniel.
I agree with that, but I think also that has to do with people not understanding, like for instance, the deportations, right?
Mm.
People don't realize that um it's especially Hispanics that voted for Trump don't realize that that's voting against your interests because you could be one of the people deported if you have a tattoo and whatever. But they did. But at the time they voted for him, they didn't understand that. They thought that he would. It would not me. That would be them. So yeah, in that instance, like yeah, people would vote against their own interests. But
Uh,
I think it's because of ignorance in a way,
And
Casper,
Nick,
Casper, do you know who
yeah.
Norm Finkelstein is?
Oh, do I have to Google this?
Oh, that's why. See, we're laughing because I picked that name because he's basically the token anti-Israel. Israel's committing a genocide in Palestine, anti-Zionist guy.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I can't comment on other countries' conflicts because I just don't know enough.
Oh, that's fine.
I
I'm
said the
not
same
even
thing.
saying that. The point I bring him
can't.
up is because like a lot of us see him as like a token for people who want to like get rid of Israel, which we find to be very interesting because he actually
That's why I wanted
wants
so fucking funny.
he actually wants Israel. He's a two-state guy,
Oh.
which is kind of goofy. And I feel like if they realized he was a two-state guy, they probably wouldn't be as nice. But they let him in because he's a Jew who says Israel's committing a genocide. No, you're fine.
Yeah, I say
You're
the
fine.
same thing,
It was just
Casper.
kind of like a joke.
I say the same thing. I don't know enough. Jordan knows. I've told him I don't like to get into that because I do not know. That conflict has been going on for longer than
Oh yeah.
for a long time, so I don't know enough to
Don't
even.
even take it too seriously. So is a running joke with him in because he debated Destiny at one point, and he kept saying his name wrong.
Wait,
So
Finkelstein did?
yes. So if you
Or
ever
Fuentes?
see Finkelstein, well, they both have actually, but I'm talking about Finkelstein in this moment. If you ever see people in chat going Mr. Borelli, they're making a reference to his debate, to Tiny's debate with Norman Finkelstein. Yeah. And that face with the guy making the face, like the O face or whatever, that's Norman Finkelstein.
Hold on. I might find it. Hold on.
In the
I
chat,
find it.
right here. This face that I'm writing in chat, that's Finkelstein.
Oh
And so
God, I thought it was some fucking Republican.
Nope, that's Norm. It's good old fucking Norm. Yep, and then his academic arch nemesis, the man who very, very much outclasses him in knowledge, study, and just overall ability to understand the history of this conflict, Benny Morris, who was debating with Finkelstein on Destiny's side during that debate, is this guy. So I love having both of those emotes. And those emotes are in Destiny's chat as well.
That's amazing.
I
Okay,
think
cool.
you're pretty fucking cool, Casper.
What? No, I don't.
Huh?
No, I don't.
You said, I love you guys so much. I've learned so much in the last couple hours. And I said, we think you're pretty fucking cool.
Oh, thank you. I thought you said you think you're pretty cool.
No,
I don't.
Dude, no,
I'm literally just
no.
like, thank you for the fucking information.
No. Yeah, we've gone into some. I mean, obviously, I was talking to you. We were trying to get into a Star Trek conversation. We didn't get there, but I didn't really get to talk too much about the Star Wars. Just a little bit here and there.
All good. What happens in stream?
Yeah. All
Are
right.
you into Star Wars or Star Trek, Casper?
Oh, Star Wars.
Star Wars? Yeah. We'll have to get her
I'm
into
only-
Star Trek.
Okay, so I really tried to watch Deep Space Nine. What's the one with what's her name from Orange is the New Black? You say when she was the black lady. When she was the main
Are
character.
you talking
and they
about
tried really hard-
Strange New Worlds?
Maybe. It's not Deep Space Nine. I'm so sorry.
Deep Space Nine is from the 90s.
Yeah. That was
Okay,
when
so-
they took the Borg girl, 7 of 9, and they turned her into like a crew member. That was Deep Space Nine. Oh,
Yeah, I
we
don't
lost
think
somebody.
the Orange is the New
Oh,
Black
we
girl
lost-
was.
Strange New Worlds. I'm so
in-
sorry. Strange New Worlds.
Yeah,
Strange
so
New
that's not
Worlds,
an
I'm
Orange
so
is the
sorry.
New Black girl, but I do know who you're talking about. Yeah, it's gonna be a little harder to get into it without a lot of like the background context and stuff.
So I know a lot. Okay, I wouldn't say a lot. I know about Star Trek. I know
Not Deep-
why they went on their voyage. I watched the new movies. I grew up kind of sort of watching the show, but not really. I'd say I'm like a good 3 out of 10 knowledge.
Wait, you're still streaming till now?
Yep, we're still live.
Hello?
I'm probably gonna be wrapping it up here in a few minutes though, because it's like an hour past the end of my stream. But I might stay on voice chat for a little bit after I end the stream.
No, not Strange.
Well, I got the pupper. Pupper's gonna need to go out, right, Mika? Come here. Come and say hi to the people. Come and say hi to the people. Yes, a girl. Come here. Come and say hi.
Discovery.
Discovery's good. I like Discovery.
It was Discovery.
Yeah.
I tried to watch Discovery with my dad. That's what sparked it.
Yeah, Discovery. I mean, like, it's hard to
Thank you,
jump in
Daniel.
the
I'm sorry.
middle. It's hard to jump into the middle. What did Daniel say?
Oh, he said it was Discovery.
Kate Mulgrew
The one
from
that I was-
Oh yeah, Kate Mulgrew was in Orange is the New Black. I forgot that completely. That's true. She was red.
Yes, she was.
Yeah.
Yes, she was, and yes, I identified that. Thank you
That's
very much.
right.
As someone who about Star Trek, I did know
That's
that.
true. She was way younger in that. But it's hard to jump right into Voyager. Best things you gotta.
That was Captain Kate. That was Captain Kate.
That was Kate Mulgrew was Captain
Kate.
Janeway.
Right.
Yeah.
That's the woman that's
Catherine
red.
Janeway.
I did not recognize her as red in Orange and the New Black.
That's her. Yep.
But now, thinking back at it, I was like, I see it now.
But if
I
you
see
really
it
like,
now.
if you want to start the right way, you start with either the original series, or if that's a little too dated for you, you start with TNG.
Yeah.
Mm,
The first, I think, season it's a little dull, but it gets better.
Yeah, the first couple seasons are rough, but
Yeah.
then season 3 on is incredible.
It gets really good. But you gotta watch the first season in order to learn the characters and who's who and
Finish the
what's
first
going
few
on.
episodes.
I'm
What are you
not gonna lie.
guys
I'm
talking about?
kind of curious.
Which season are you guys talking about? Are you talking about Clone Wars?
Who here
Oh, Mika, you knocked my light over.
in the chat?
Yeah.
I was asking Daniel about which series does he like, and he said the Clone Wars, and then I
Yeah.
said I love the Clone Wars, but Rebels was really good too.
Rebels was really good. Clone Wars starts okay, but like the end of it is absolutely incredible.
Yes.
Unbelievably good.
It was
Okay,
it was
so
good. It was good. It
real
was
quick,
really
real quick.
good.
Can I? Okay, so I should watch Clone Wars, then Rebels, right? And
Yep.
then Ahsoka.
Oh,
Yes, that would be the order you would want to
yeah.
watch those. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
for Star Trek, Discovery is fine, but it's going to be hard to get into as your first one. I get it's like the more modern stuff, but really you want that good Star Trek foundation. It's
The next
older.
generation,
It's a
right.
little harder to get into to start with, but if you stick with it, the next generation, you're going to come to just fall in love with the characters. They're so awesome.
I'm a purist at that point. Like if I'm gonna go back and watch, which I will, go back and watch all of Star Trek, I'm gonna watch it from the beginning.
Okay.
Yeah.
So just
I like
keep
the
in
original
mind,
person.
I'm that kind of person.
keep in mind that the original series, while awesome, is really, really, really dated. Okay?
Yeah.
No. I'm fine with. Okay, so if as someone who's a Doctor Who fan,
Oh,
I'm
okay,
fine
cool.
with-
Dope. Awesome.
yeah, no, I'm good with. Okay, so
God, I
I'm
love
good with
Doctor Who.
dated effects. I'm good with
I
dated
know. We had
effects.
this conversation.
I love
Mm-mm.
Yeah,
Doctor Who.
I haven't had someone to talk to about Doctor Who in so long.
So I need to
So it's
catch
like-
up on the last couple Doctors, but other than that, yeah.
Really? You're
Yeah.
that far behind? Oh.
Yeah, I'm a couple Doctors behind. Yeah, I know.
Okay.
So
to be
like
fair,
the last
girl
one,
Doctor.
yeah, the last one I
Okay.
watched was like a bit of Peter Capaldi, but I watched everything up until then.
Okay. Well, when you're done with Peter Capaldi, we can have a very long conversation.
I'm
about How
down.
we feel
Now
about
I have a reason. So I'm super down.
the girl Doctor was absolutely fucking. I'm sorry. Like
No,
I don't care
not
what
happy.
the fuck
Okay.
the email said. The female Doctor was amazing.
Oh, she was good. Oh, okay. Awesome. Good. I was hoping
Oh,
so.
Actually, it was fucking amazing. Okay, so the things
Okay, I
that you
can't
loved.
wait.
Did you like Matt Smith at all?
I love Matt Smith.
Okay, so if you liked Matt Smith, then
She's
you
like
love
female
the
Matt
female
Smith? Okay, I'm gonna love
No,
it. Oh?
no, she's not. But there are some. You can't see me because I don't have my video on. But there are some sprinkles, I guess, of
Are
Matt
you
Smith.
sprinkling? Are you sprinkling right now?
Yes, I am sprinkling right now. I am sprinkling Matt Smith like Salt Bay.
Yeah, that's what I did.
over-
That's what I did on the stream. I did the Salt Bay.
Hey. But yeah, no, there were some sprinkles of Matt Smith
Candy doesn't
into
like Doctor Who.
female Doctor.
Okay,
Sorry.
I'm down for that. I'm
That's
down
okay.
for that.
That's okay.
What about the Black
Everyone
Doctor?
likes Doctor Who. I love him.
Good. I like you. You bring a lot of positivity, and I'm all about it. Okay?
Really?
Yeah, like you seem more open to enjoying things. And I'm about it because I'm the same way. Like, I tend to like things other people don't like as much.
Oh, that is definitely not something that someone's told me about me. But okay.
Okay, that's where we are so far. You have plenty of time to change that.
You might. I was about to say the thing.
Okay,
And
well-
especially what happened on Friday. So,
what happened
but-
on Friday?
and talked about it on the chat. I might
No,
get
what
yeeted from the country.
Oh, right. Well, I mean, like, you're not gonna like that.
But we're not talking about that. We're talking about Doctor
Yeah.
Who. So,
Yeah.
okay. So the female Doctor has sprinkles of Matt Smith, which the sprinkles that you love about Matt Smith.
Yes.
Uh,
All right, wait.
I
Real
wish
quick.
I was not.
Real quick pause, guys. I'm gonna end the
Yeah.
stream. I gotta take the dog out, but we'll keep talking on Discord. I'm just gonna end the stream. Everybody who's watching, thank you so much for watching. You're all amazing. I'll be back on Wednesday, of course. Let's thank Casper. Let's thank Daniel. Let's thank Candy for all being awesome participants. And everybody have a lovely night. Goodbye.